don't know why.
Who would tell that? Also, what if I joined the cult of Macho Barbarian Randy Savage? Because, like...
Macho Barbarian Randy Savage would feed that character to his, what were they? Flying Tarrasque mounts or some shit? I don't remember.
That was last year. Yes.
Yeah, but now they draw my chariot, so...
I mean, maybe that character's your pyrotechnicist. Who knows?
You guys know that I have oppositional tendencies. Now I just want to do it more.
I want it.
I have
need
a
it.
priest in my employ that will gate you to the Astral Sea, and then we'll just never hear from that character again.
Oops.
I
I have to roll up
Woo!
to you. I'll roll
I
up
still
to
love
you.
that you.
I mean, there's what,
created
5
Protocol.
AWF people right now?
I think
For
so.
sure, 5, yes.
5, yeah. 5 who are part of the Macho Barbarian Randy Savage section. So when the teams have to split up, it's going to be the AWF plus a couple of people versus the leftovers.
The leftover.
Leftovers.
Wow, that sounds.
we
that
need to come
doesn't
up
hurt
with a
my
different,
feelings.
right?
We need a better
It
name.
makes me
Yep.
want to play Nadia even more because...
Listen, I have something to say. I am part of the
If
team.
Nadia,
What?
That's-
Part of the
That's
leftover
right,
team?
she's part of the AWF.
I'm part of the AWF.
You're gonna be at the other side?
Yep, she's part of the Allure Wrestling Federation.
Listen,
Why would you leave the coven like that? I feel
Yeah,
so
what is
betrayed
wrong
right
with you?
I literally
Yeah.
had to make a deal to get a warlock made. I really wanted a certain subclass, and he was willing to do it. I said, "Fine, I will join your team."
She had to make a deal with her patron. Her patron's like, I got you.
Yep.
if
I feel so
Nadia is
betrayed.
Sleep with horses, you end up with fleas. Dogs, horses, some sort of animal, you end up with
Horses.
fleas, okay?
Wow.
Mhm.
No,
Look,
I
I'm
made.
not judging your fun times. All I'm saying is you have fleas now.
I'm gonna
That's-
talk to Lon later. I'm gonna get him to take that gate spell again. We're throwing somebody in the Astral Sea.
Look, okay, it can totally be me, and I'll just work with Adam and make sure I've got like 2 characters. I'll get Nadia all rolled up, and then like maybe my Aarakocra barbarian Canadian goose that I've always wanted to play. It'll be
Oh, Canadian
Canadian
goose sounds
goose.
good too.
right, right.
Man, you were hitting every button because I also hate Canadian geese.
Who doesn't?
I thought.
Who
listen, I
doesn't? Canadian
You know-
assholes.
I
So
thought
good.
you were gonna leave it at Canadians, and I was like, hold on.
Oh,
Look, I know some very nice Canadians. It's just
The
the geese that I hate.
My
Canadians are
cousin's
ugly. Their
Canadian,
geese are
so-
horrifying. They're terrible. They shit
God.
everywhere. It's awful.
And they
Like-
bite.
And they more than bite. They get you with their like wing attacks.
Yeah, they bite you and then wing attack you
No,
while you
they're
can't
perfect
escape because you're
barbarians.
being held by their teeth.
It's
Isn't this
geese
turning
and
into
town
Pokemon?
turkeys.
What if I was a Aarakocra Canadian goose barbarian that talked like Nadia and had like a big pink bow on her head?
I will
It's like-
somehow
it's like-
get another gate spell prepared. I will take away
It'll be a long 3 days.
one of my legendary items to get that spell scroll to throw that character into the Astral Sea.
You,
Yeet. All right,
you
start
won't
again.
have to. You won't have to. There will be a spontaneous portal opening up below their feet that they will be sucked into and suddenly disappear.
See, this
Doesn't
is
have
why
to
I'm
make a
having
new
an
character.
issue. I'm struggling with my oppositional nature to create such a monstrosity, or do I want to do like some sort of min-maxy kind of cool thing? You know, my heart is torn.
I'm just
Ultimately, make whatever it is that you want.
Why not do
It's the
both?
same-
That's how Macho Barbarian Randy Savage came about.
That's
probably
yeah.
what's gonna happen, and that's how you're gonna end up with Nadia, whatever her iteration is this time. And Chris has met Nadia before, and let me tell you, this friendship almost didn't survive.
Well, I mean, the Arachne race is in there.
Oh my god, I forgot!
You can be an arachnid.
So,
Scratch the goose. I'm gonna be a pink arachne.
My current girl's gonna
Gonna
love
have
you.
heart chain and a little tutu. Done. Alright, I just gotta
You are
figure out
my
what
new
it's gonna
best
be.
friend.
For that.
I'm following the spider lady. She's cool.
Like, totes, come follow me down like this
That's
other path. 'cause
awesome!
you guys are mean.
don't worry, Macho
I have a
Barbarian. You're gonna have a artifact called Raid.
If
Yes,
It's
I
called-
love it already.
It's called Heel of Cowboy Boot. Boom.
Oh man, the
wasn't
best.
already playing
That's
as-
the best.
It's gonna be Cowboy
I
Boot.
don't
No, I'm
know
like,
if
do I
he
need to
has a
change
pink
what I
up
select
Oh,
for
man.
play?
And all of that was captured on YouTube because we totally been
It
live
was.
for a good
Of
hot
course
minute.
it was.
Of course it was.
Of course,
Oh,
Never
that's,
fails.
Good, so I have witnesses for my Arachne Nadia. That's perfect.
that's
I
correct.
love it.
You definitely have witnesses. All right,
It's-
let's see if there's any fucking sound.
I think it's a fantastic idea.
I don't
love
see
it.
any downside, in all honesty.
Mm-mm.
The last
I
Nadia
promise
was
I
a
won't
pink
poison you.
tiefling.
It'll be
I
fine.
think a pink Arachne sounds like a perfect substitution.
Cool, there is sound. Excellent.
Yay.
Yay.
if I wasn't playing Edge, I would bring SpongeBob into the mix because I
Oh,
could do
God.
that.
You know?
You-
I would judge you for it, but I
You-
can't.
you know what?
You should do at the Ren Fair. You should do your SpongeBob voice for my son, and he would probably think you're the coolest person ever. And that's the only time I will ever give you permission to do your SpongeBob voice. Any other time, I will. No.
We'll just have him do it near the dunk tank. We'll have him volunteer. He can do it. Toss him in. It'll be fine.
I like that idea.
I would
Wow.
I would like to propose we switch this to a PvP event.
Ooh.
No.
I hate.
Denied.
Damn.
The problem is that I'm just not competitive.
Denied.
So, oh
I'm
man.
here to
That's-
irritate.
I mean, it's
not
kind of
irritate.
right because it's
Oh.
two teams. It's kind of it's a race. The ones that make it through the puzzles or the rooms first get bonuses that they can then use against the super duper big bad. So both teams will eventually be fighting together, but you know what? The winners get a little extra something. It's gonna be fun.
Violence.
It's the cowboy boot.
Yes, you must all wear cowboy boots.
This is gonna be chaotic as I'll get out.
I already
I'm
have a
gonna
cowboy
need
hat. I'm a step ahead.
I'm gonna need
Boom.
8 cowboy boots. Okay, I've got lots of extra legs. Or
Yeah,
is
it'll
there
be
a way-
pink.
Do the arms count? Oh, I'm gonna have to think about this.
For cowboy boots? No.
Oh, for
You
Arachnid!
have 8 legs.
Arachnids.
Yes,
Yeah,
you have
legs.
8 legs plus your humanoid torso with arms and
That's too
fingers.
many-
So you have
that's too
But
many
do the
limbs.
arms count against the legs?
Exactly. So that's too many limbs. Technically, spiders only have 8 legs because they only have legs.
Oh
So would
lord.
you have 6 legs and 2
Yeah, we
arms?
went there.
Or
You
8
you
legs
did.
and 2
Hang
arms?
on.
4 arms and 4 legs?
I feel like
Well,
we're all about to
sometimes
get
It's
Great
nuke.
question.
I
I'm not
feel
even
like you
going.
got
I'm gonna go
arms?
on
to
a
build a
spider
picture
tangent.
for
I'm
me
not
to
gonna do
see.
that. Okay, I'm
Alright.
not gonna. Actually.
4
That's why
spider
you're right.
or 8 spider legs plus 2 humanoid arms.
I get extra arms. Oh man.
You are so awesome if you have
So I'm gonna
extra
need 8
arms,
cowboy
like,
boots,
ugh.
please.
Well, never mind. I'm not going there.
They're not arms though. Your spider legs don't have opposable anythings. They're just
Well, that's why they need cowboy boots.
They need cowboy boots then.
wow.
Duh.
You love us and you know it.
You all are bonkers.
Oh my god.
Oh,
she had a
man.
little cowboy hat and wore cowboy boots. This is gonna be so great.
Mechanics question: if she's wearing all cowboy boots on her spider legs, does spider climb still work?
Nope.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
So
You're
you have
welcome.
to take all of them off.
Unless they're boots of spider climbing, then she keeps it.
Yep.
But you know what?
Pick multiple magical items. You know?
She would have to have 4 pairs of these spider
mhm.
climb slippers in order
I
to
get-
keep spider
With
climb.
how many magical items you've given me, this is not a problem.
That's a
I'll
fact.
look up spider climb boots now.
They're slippers. Spider climb slippers. All right, so who wants to give the recap? What the fuck happened 2 weeks ago?
None of it mattered because we time traveled.
I
That
agree.
kind of matters, though, right?
That
You should
really
totally
matters.
burn attunement slots for these slippers.
So we were fighting the big bad of Rothuns because he needed to become champion before they all died, and they pulled it off. But unfortunately, Ro found out that he couldn't take everyone with him, and he said, "Well, as long as this works, it shouldn't matter." So he went bye-bye, and everyone else was like, "Shit," and tried to outrun a meteor. Don't think they successfully did so, But Rogue ended up where he needed to be and immediately screamed no, because he didn't want to go through it a second time. And he was able to explain to him that if we made the same mistake, that we would end up in a bad situation. Couldn't remember what it was, he just knew it was bad. So they didn't bring a bag of holding or a hole into Jinx's ring because it would have been bad. They figured this out, put everything aside, went into the ring, and made their way to the castle, Ardenvost. Which, as soon as they made it there, Rotan was informed that he was champion, and that they wanted to know how he pulled it off, and he told them he had no idea. But he could feel it, so it must be true. And they went over to where Val assumably was, but they couldn't enter since it was, super hot. Basically, you get too close, you get burned, kind of thing. So like, all right, let's go take a bath and a nap and see if he comes out later. That's where we ended.
Just of note, Vlad was undead again, and then he turned himself into a badass sword.
Which
That
Trix now has.
Yeah,
And Trix has it.
Yes.
Hornsguard, that's what I read.
Hornsguard.
Hornguard?
Hornguard.
How many horns? Multiple
Hornguard.
horns? One horn?
The horn. One horn.
One horn. Hornguard.
Horn Guard with 2 A's. And didn't turn himself into the sword. He dropped the sword, and then he
Then
kind of
then
went
possessed.
into the sword. Yes,
Sorry, my bad. You have a possessed sword.
correct.
My bad.
Which Trix has recently discovered is 250 pounds, which is why some of you had some serious difficulties with it crushing you or lifting it. And, man, after the 3 attunement slots, they feel pretty nigh invincible.
Why do you have a cursed weapon in every, or at least a weapon with someone in it, in every campaign?
Because her DM really enjoys sentient weapons to fuck with the players.
And it's,
And this player has a tendency to pick them up.
I was about to say it. It's just.
This player is like, entertainment for him? Let me do this!
Mhm, mhm.
Oh,
And I'm just like, yes, excellent.
at least we
That's
know
just
who's in this
like
one.
Good times.
Oh, dear.
But,
Oh, and Echo's back.
Yep, Yep, you guys went inside, made some sort of food stuff, sat down. A strange spectral cat jumped up on the table and burned its way into Rit's skin. Typical Strahd stuff. Or
Yep.
Curse of Strahd,
Wait,
not
that I
Strahd.
didn't know. I
but
thought he
the
just had, it
campaign.
just like burned itself on him. That's terrible.
That's how you got your tattoo.
That's how you got your tattoo!
I
You
saw.
got
I
a
just
sick
remember. I think
tattoo.
I blocked it. I think I was so happy. I was just like, "Oh yeah, the cat came and sat on his lap instead of, burned itself into his
Oh yeah.
flesh."
Oh,
you know?
and baby
Yeah.
dragon is 3 feet. So
Oh yeah.
Baby
Baby
Dragon's got a little bit bigger.
No bigger.
And a
No
single
big
tear
one.
was shed by Roth.
Oh yeah, I got DM inspiration.
What'd you get DM inspiration for? That doesn't sound like me.
For the
Yeah, because
tear.
I said a tear came down when I saw the baby dragon. Didn't know why.
Mm,
Mhm.
Yep.
Feelings. You were rewarding
Man.
positive expression of emotion.
what? That does not sound like... Was I drunk?
Yes.
Oh,
possibly.
that checks out.
Mhm, mhm.
That makes a lot more sense then. Okay, well, I mean, after the nice touching reunion, some good food in your bellies, still that crazy fucking jet airplane noise off to the east side of the castle. But for some reason, you guys just feel real tired. Real tired. And, you guys go to your respective rooms. The construction of the castle is still underway from Skrostra's little tiny itty-bitty mishap of destroying the place. And, you guys have your rest. And, next day, probably meet up for some breakfast again. you're still kind of. Last I remember, you guys can jump in here. I remember that you guys were planning on probably trying to find the crazy wizard, but you definitely wanted to wait for Valgwin to finish whatever crap he's been doing. Hopefully, he's still alive. You done some things. You tried message. There didn't seem to be any response. Somebody chucked a stone close to where his shop is, and as it got about halfway there, the stone just kind of turned into magma and fell down to the ground to give you an indication of just how motherfucking hot it really is there. And you all decided, yeah, let's not go there. It's probably a bad idea. Let's not. So morning happens. You guys have some food. What? Who does what?
I'll start my foraging for fallen feathers. As the feathers fall off my friends, I'll just pick up a couple of them here and there. And
You're
just start
looking for feathers? I have lots of feathers.
like some that you don't need.
Well, they always just come back. They grow, like feathers grow.
I have 5.
I take 5 feathers I don't need. What are you going to do with these feathers?
Ask the question first, Jinxie. I walk by with the bacon in my mouth.
You and fucking bacon. Every character loves bacon.
I have an idea, and I'm gonna go. I only nibble at my food, just nibble, and then I go down and I get out the alchemy kit, and then I start putting the feathers into one of the little beakers, and taking some really funny looking liquid and put it in there, and the feather sort of dissolve, and then I take the other 5 that I have and just set them to the side, mix it up, take my boots off, put them on the table, take a little eyedropper and start dripping the liquid all over the boots. And then I take another liquid and start sticking the other feathers to the boots. I just sort of wait and watch. And as that's sitting, I found a string, and then I take another thing out and put some more liquid in the string. Or more liquid in a little beaker thing, and then take the string that I found. Huh.
Can you try leaving Discord and rejoining? You're very staticky.
Okay. Anyway, dip the string and it becomes rock candy, and it's my new necklace.
These are all incredible things.
And then I put my rock candy necklace on. And then I put my boots back on.
Yeah, that didn't help. Check your Discord settings. I don't know if Discord updated for you and changed everything like it fucking does for everybody else.
Oh, that might have
Discord loves us.
Fact. That's what I'm going with. I'm saying that's a fact. Discord loves us. Gotta be. So cool. Devin's making shit out of pieces of the party members. Nothing can go wrong with that.
We had a baby.
I mean, Valgwin, you might still be making shit out of pieces of party members. It's a rolling fucking thing for Mythical Rollers. You take pieces of party members and you make things. I can't wait for Devin to grab something off of Rothan. That way, then it could just be a theme. That it's that player, something from the player character is always taken to make something.
One step ahead.
There were scales, butt scales taken, I believe.
Yeah, butt scales have already been taken from me, so you know.
I mean, he's got 2 ears.
Who needs 2 ears?
Yeah, truly.
Fact. All right, so
Well,
while
I guess I'll
Devin's
go my
making
turn.
shit, who's doing what now?
I don't know how.
I'll get bored of watching Devin make things and just start wandering around. I'm going to try to find hidden passages in this castle because there are stories about castles with hidden passages, and obviously this is a castle, therefore hidden passage, right?
You're going to look for hidden passages.
Yes. Because
Excellent.
this is not going to go wrong at all.
Give me a survival roll.
Oh gosh.
I'm sure this is going to be made even easier by the fact that half the capital is destroyed. This is going to be so good.
Yeah, it's going to be
Fuck
fine.
yes.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Awesome job.
Excellent. Jinx, we're going to come back to you because this is going to take you
Okay.
a while.
I'm going to get lost. Don't worry, everybody. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm sure you're going to totally be able to find your way back. It's going to be great.
Thrilling.
Okay, so was my note still in my room?
No.
Okay. Was there?
And when you woke up, you were a different color.
Okay. That's just great.
Mm-hmm.
So I would take the time to inspect my new sword and get to know my new sword, and then I would go down to the I would go down to the training yard. And at this point, my body has changed 3 different times, so I know the drill. So I just kind of do some training to get used to how my body moves with this new sword.
So what do you look like now that as you're coming out of as you're squeezing out of your room?
Oh, this time it was. So this time, my hair is going to be. I can't decide. Okay, first thing that came to mind was like this not dark, but this fire red hair. And like if you look closely into her eyes, there's flames that pop up every once in a while. Like they look like flames. And then I didn't look up fire giants. I guess my skin would have I should still be 16 feet tall if I remember correctly.
Yep.
And my skin would have a reddish tint to it this time.
There you go. Hot.
So, a lot of red, which I might not be very happy about, but at least if there's blood rain, I can blend in better.
Red turns
Blood rain
gray
would be
this
my
month.
new mud.
Camouflage. Checks out.
Oh my.
So Trix, what are you going to get rid of?
Okay, definitely that chest for some reason that I was
Okay.
holding on to.
Okay.
Because that was a big part of the issue. I don't know where that came from or why it was in my sheet, but it was there.
I don't even.
Um.
That gives you like 45 pounds. You'd be well under at that point. It's probably
Okay.
solid.
Mimic.
And then real quick, where does it tell me what my Oh, I see it now. Okay, never mind.
What are you looking for?
So, my what do you call it? How much I can carry?
At the bottom of inventory.
And then
Yep.
how do I delete? Oh, I have all sorts of stuff in this thing.
Yep. So you'll have to unlock the character sheet. And then, like, if you just want to get rid of everything that's in the chest and the chest, just delete the chest. And that'll give you 46 pounds.
Okay.
But if there's stuff in the chest you want, just drag it to your inventory and just delete the rest. Just make sure you unlock your character sheet. But yeah, your the amount you
Some
can
of this I
carry
wouldn't
changed
even-
because you went to a different form of the giant.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know why. I don't think this is mine because half of this I never had in my. That's weird. Okay.
Delete it all. I don't. Whatever. If you don't want it, get rid of it.
None of it makes sense for Trix to have.
There you go. You're no longer
Okay.
encumbered.
Alright.
So the 3 attunement slot effect is already in play. Notice your armor class is ballin'. And then the -2 for your deck saves will auto apply since you have the 20 and over strength. And then when you start your turn and decide that you're going to prep for Time Splitter. Your turn ends, and you cannot take any reactions. You can't move on your. When you start this, you can't do any attacks. You can't take any bonuses. No actions can you take for one then entire cycle. And then at the top of your next turn is when you will activate the Time Splitter effect, which will automatically put the effect on you that as long as you hit, it's a crit. And then Horn Guard is +3 sword. It does 4d6 +3 plus mod damage. So add that with Great Weapon Master, is going to be broke as fuck. When you fight against Strahd, it will do 8d6 damage against him, and Vladimir will fight with you. And it has a reach of 10 feet because of how just massive it is. Even against your giant form, it is still bigger than you are.
So does that mean my current reach is 20 feet? If my normal reach is 10 feet, and then the sword is 10 feet?
Yeah.
Okay. While I'm in giant form?
While you're in giant form on your turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's just how big the fucking thing is. It's just massive.
We'll see how I do when I'm no longer in giant form.
And it cuts with brute force. Again, the blade's not sharp, but somehow it still cuts. It's still technically slashing damage. It's just slashing with force.
Is this slashing? Okay.
Yep, it's just slashing with force. It's a mean sword. And I'm so glad you took all 3 attunement slots for it. It would have been a waste otherwise.
Oh, okay. I was like...
I mean, otherwise you're only doing the basic 2d6. That's how you got the 4d6, because you have the 3 attunement slots.
It just means you're going to have to pass on the next sentient weapon. You're fine.
I never...
You can also have to get it. It's fine.
Lies. They will never pass. You'll have to arm wrestle them for it.
Portia's on number 4.
Oh my god.
Good tricks.
Oh, man.
Portia's going to kill us all.
Yep.
So you go out
Anyway.
to... Yeah, basically, that about checks out there. That fucking gif, that thing's huge compared to that kid. That's hilarious.
Isn't that like...
Like Cloud?
So when you get out to the training yard, you know, just being your sheer size anyway, plus then the length that sword gives you, your swing takes up just over half of the training field if you're on one side of it. So if you're swinging in the middle, you're just... I mean, like, it's nobody else can train because you're just gonna hit them.
Okay.
That's how you again got 20 fucking foot reach now whenever you attack on your turn. So you could it's a bitch. But you got strength for it.
Yay. Oh, and I would totally be in the middle of the yard. Like scattering.
Of course you
everything else out.
are. Of course you are. Fucking, you know, taking at the entire place over.
Yeah, totally.
Mm-hmm. Wit, what are you doing?
So, first, he would be trying to figure out what is going on with this cat that is now tattooed on his person. He would have figured out how to summon it, taken kind of a moment of crisis of like, but I'm not a cat person, I don't know how this happened, and then just sort of made friends with it because that's how he roll. And then I probably would have figured that out that night. Then the next day, because he is the information gatherer, he wanted to finish up that conversation with Misery, because she said a lot of shit that was insane. So he wanted to follow up with all that information. Like, what do you mean you have a friend who's a god that is now a vampire, that this is the wedding that we're all dreading? What do you mean you have a dragon for a son? That's really cool. Can I like make friends with him? But also, what, what do you mean you gave a corpse with the hand of Vecna to Strahd? What do you? Please tell me things about like what the hell happened with your group? Why do y'all keep dying? How many curses has this been? He's gonna try and get as much information essentially as he can.
Fair point. Fair point. So
He's a little
Echo
fun.
works just like how Mythical Rulers handles the Find Familiar spell, and that within the 100 feet you can give Echo whatever command, and beyond that you can still be looking and hearing, smelling through Echo, just how I roll Find Familiar. You just cannot give Echo additional commands until Echo's back within the 100 feet. An extra to this, you can summon Echo once per short rest without needing any components. If Echo is dismissed, he just goes back to being in your tattoo, and after a short rest, Echo will have enough energy to be resummoned again. Excuse me. In addition, Echo has Ghost Walk. So because Echo is a spectral cat. As a bonus action, Echo has a flying speed equal to their walking speed. Echo can hover and can move through creatures and objects as if they were difficult terrain. However, Echo takes 1d10 force damage if Echo ends their turn inside of a creature or an object. Echo is able to maintain Ghost Walk for 10 minutes. Or until you end it or until Echo ends it as a bonus action. And then, once used, Echo has to take a short rest before being able to Ghost Walk again. So it's a 10-minute, has flying speed equal to Echo's walking speed, and just like any other spectral energy entity, can go through things as though it was difficult terrain.
Good boy. Okay, I would have summoned him overnight, so if he would have maintained, he can maintain just like a normal familiar, like
yes,
kind of poof around. Cool.
Yeah.
And he'll just be hanging out. So I got a ghost cat on my shoulders while I'm trying to ask Misery about all of the crazy shit.
Is this at the table where I'm experimenting?
If I yelled at Jinx to be like, ask first before giving feathers, then probably I was somewhere close. But yeah, I would say, depending on where Misery would have gone. But
why are you going to do something with the cat?
Don't touch my cat. I don't know enough about it to know if he's gonna bite your finger. I don't know if you know, this is not a normal occurrence for me to have a cat. So normally I do dogs, you see. So, I got a lot of dogs kind of hanging around. Can you feel them back there, like in the shadows? So it's like four of them back there. Anyway, it's not normally cats, so I'm a little confused by this one.
I'll look up. This is a nice looking cat, though.
I think so too.
Well, we know what Falcon's doing.
Dead. He's dead.
Not much going on there. Jinx is probably lost somewhere. So Rothan, what are you doing?
I have no idea how long this is going to take, so you can let me know. But first thing I would be doing is heading over to the church to see if, now that we're inside a bubble and not on Champion, can I communicate with the Lord of the castle, So that's why I'm going to the church, to pray to him and see if I can talk to him now.
Okay, so you go to the chapel in the back of the castle, sit down in one of the pews, look towards the stained glass window, and what do you say? What do you ask?
I have a strong feeling that you are the reason we're not in a difficult situation, so thank you. And whatever made you decide that I'm worthy of being champion, I appreciate that as well. And then I'm going to wait and see if he responds, because I want to actually have a conversation instead of me just saying stuff to the open.
So you do get a response. It is slow, though. I think at this point you could probably figure out that because of the time dilation, that the bubble he's in, things just are never quick. And so it's about at that time that you're like getting frustrated and about to get up that you're starting to hear a response. And so the what you get back is, you proved yourself well enough. And please, don't do that again. I'm not sure that I could pull you back to this time.
I'm going to do my best to make sure the whole group doesn't make a mistake like that, whatever that entails. Can't make any promises because, you know, this group is difficult, we'll say.
So again, 2 or 3 minutes before the response that you get is, "You're the champion. You'll figure it out."
Well, now that I know I can communicate with you at least when I'm here, I'll try to keep you updated. So, probably just go hang around and see what I can, who needs help around here? While
I
we're
mean,
waiting for Val.
the castle's still being rebuilt, and you saw a giant red Trix with her fancy new blade going to the training ground.
Yeah, I'm not messing with that one. So, we'll start helping with the castle.
Yeah.
I'm not
good
messing
choice.
with that one.
Last
Done.
time I almost killed them.
Done with that.
Ilo hits the phone like a dime and was like, mm-mm.
I mean, that's fair. I do not blame Rothund at all. Like, hot, but I'm gonna still be over here, okay? Fair enough. So you're just gonna help with the generic repairs kind of thing?
Yep.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, in that case, Misery, Wit's been talking to you, he's got some questions for you. Well, what's going on?
Oh, damn it. I had it until you prompted me. So first, I will answer 2 of those questions. First, Lulu decided it would be a good idea to throw herself into battle in Vallaki with the Watcher. Unfortunately, she went down, and I don't know how. No, her and a couple of her companions went down. And somehow Strahd got a hold of them. And then I think she made, God, some sort of deal to let them go, and she would stay. And if I remember correctly, she is the, what was it? Granddaughter of the Raven Queen?
So just for clarification, you let the granddaughter of the Raven Queen into Strahd's hand.
I didn't let her do shit.
Sorry, I fair. I meant y'all. Sorry. Let me use the appropriate y'all. Y'all let the
The
granddaughter
royal
of
y'all.
the royal y'all. Oh, yeah. Gave her to Strahd. And then y'all gave the hand of Vecna to Strahd? Are we just digging up weapons for him? What is... I don't understand. I thought y'all were supposed to be starting him.
Apparently
Stopping him.
is what this party likes to
You're
do.
stopping him, not starting him. This is starting him. Okay. So she's not a friend no more.
As far as we know.
Okay.
If she was taken, it doesn't sound like she went willingly. Why wouldn't she be a friend anymore?
Lulu hates him. Are you shitting?
The problem is when he's got you, he ain't giving you back. And if the only way to keep the granddaughter of the Raven Queen out of his hands is to end the granddaughter of the Raven Queen, now that is a sentence I never thought I'd say. That may be our option.
Huh.
I don't like it neither, but I don't like that hand. So terrifying future events aside, what about this little feller here? I've learned that he likes coins, and I'm like feeding little coins with him. Oh, his name's Rajir.
What kind of coins are you trying to feed him?
Oh, I took some off the altar, so they whatever coins were up there. So if they platinum or gold, whatever's up there.
Nope. Okay.
Me and my companions. It's a long story, but we all ended up making a deal with Argynvost.
Okay.
And that's sort of how he came to be. I woke up and he was there.
Who's Argynvost?
You want to take that one, or you want me to? Because I only know from what I heard. I only
You
know
can
from
go
what I
ahead.
heard. It sounds like you met him.
He's the master of this castle.
He's the head of the order that we're currently participating in the hospitality of. Thought he was dead, so I'm a little confused about how you managed to meet him.
Also a long story.
There's like 10 long stories.
Listen, I will send you a list of shit she's gonna tell it in the chat. So
I figured. I was supposed to say I figured. He will grill her as long as she's willing to talk. He also will kind of just like scoot the cat over to like say hi. And also be like trying to ingratiate himself into this with this kind of strange creature. But he will be asking a kind of a mix of the personal and sort of world-saving sort of questions. But how the hell you ended up talking to a dead dragon is definitely top on the list.
He was a dragon?
Yeah, he's a dragon. That's why they're the Order of the Silver Dragon.
Oh.
Anybody seen Jinx? Anyway. Keep on talking, pretty lady.
You know, that's a good point. While working on the castle, would I have seen Jinx at any point since she's also wandering around?
Like
no, she rolled real good.
Oh god.
Ooh.
Oh god.
Yeah, this is why it's gonna be bad.
Yeah. She rolled real good. Well, let's go ahead and go to Jinxie, shall we? While you all are chatting and training and repairing and experimenting and, you know, forging / dying / whatevering, Valguining. You now just came up
There's an appropriate adjective.
Valguining. Jinx You know, you have this knack for finding shiny things and getting yourself in trouble. And
Talking.
100% of the time, that's correct at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
You always get in trouble and find shiny things. It's never one or the other. And 100% of the time, it's both. And so,
Valid.
what on the section of the castle that is still being rebuilt from something you still don't understand that happened, below the stairs, you note that there's, just a few of these cinder blocks that just haven't been kind of repaired yet, and it's not big enough for your humanoid form to squeeze through. But your raven form sure could.
Darn.
And so
I'm gonna
you
get in
just
trouble.
you just
Turn into a raven and
look, that's right, look around and fly on in.
I'll leave a feather just so that, if anybody's smart enough. I'm probably not smart enough to leave a feather, though.
Well, I mean, even if you did, one of the undead would just pick it up because
Yeah,
they're
it's a
trying to
mess.
clean up and fix things. They don't
Valid.
want random feathers on the ground in Argynvost's keep unless, he's doing the plucking. Never mind.
Yeah.
So as you fly in there, and once you're past about 10 or 15 feet, it becomes big enough that your normal humanoid form could adapt to it. And you know that flapping around the dark, not a good idea.
I can see better otherwise,
And so you have blind sight?
I have the devil's sight, so I can see all the things. I don't think it's blind sight.
I don't know why it says blind sight. It should be. Oh, I know why it did that. I know I did that. Disregard me. So you transform back, and then you are able to see better because your vision doesn't transfer to your raven form. There's like an obviously carved walkway here. The walls are smoothed. They're not like jagged like this is some kind of natural formation. And as you begin exploring, it's cool in here. Not cold, but relatively cool. And you can feel a very, 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 very slight breeze against your feathers and skin. And as you continue walking along, you can tell you're going down. And maybe about 5 or 10 minutes into your walk, you start to notice that there are these tiny, like blue sources of light, like fingernail sized. And walking over to them, it looks like some kind of lichen, some kind of moss or something seems to be growing, and it has a bioluminescence. What do you do with it?
I'm going to try to gather some of this awesome moss stuff because it's shiny and glows and totally isn't going to harm me if I touch it.
Okay. So how do you gather the bioluminescent moss?
I will pull out my dagger and just kind of like scrape some of it off and like look at it and try to figure out what this stuff is for. Probably not able to figure it out, but it's pretty cool, so I'm just figure it's got to be worth something.
Okay. So there are probably, where you are, 30 little individual sections, if you will. They're all, again, only about the size of your pinky nail. So how much of this do you gather up? Do you get like 1 sampling, 15 samplings?
As many as I can carry because they're shiny, sparkly things. And I'm going to fill my pockets.
Okay. So you just begin getting your knife and like scraping these things off into little piles in your hand, and they're like, "Ooh, this is shiny," pocketing them and scraping
Shiny
some
and
more and
sparkles?
scraping.
I like-
putting them up. So after you do that, and you like put your dagger back away, and you're like, wow. You look like down and around. You can see there's just a little bit more. And as you
Oh.
continue following the path towards the pretty blue moss stuff that's totally not going to kill you, you realize you come to an intersection. Again, still carved. And it's only been about it's the size of the carving. It's well, you know, numbers aren't your strong suit, but you're pretty sure this is perfectly a 5-foot section at a time. 5 foot tall by 5 foot wide. And the corners aren't rounded. They are perfect 90 degrees. And you're looking around, you're like, wait a minute, you know, other than the blue stuff, there's no dust or debris. That's cool.
Magic.
Yeah,
Very
magic.
cool. More blue
And-
things for me.
As you're at this intersection, you have a choice for left or right. And as you look down both hallways, there are still more of those blue, tiny,
Does
tiny
either
plants.
side look like it has brighter or more sparkly blue awesome
Give me
things?
a investigation roll.
I might not suck at this. Or I might. Be very average.
Excellent. Well, in that case, Jinx, roll me a d2. 1, you go left. 2, you go right.
Okay, well then I'm just gonna say I'm gonna go right because my
Okay.
brother told me if I'm lost in a maze, I always should go right.
Okay.
And
Then you go right. Excellent choice. As you go right, it's
I'm gonna go in circles. It's fine. It's
You-
fine, Wit.
you head that direction, and you go maybe about 20 or so feet before you realize there's stairs. There are carved stairs into this place, and so you begin. Well, this is neat, and you seeing these small blue moss-like things on the walls, and the patches are getting bigger. No longer the size of your pinky, but now the size of your thumbnail.
Cool.
You keep going down. I know that the way kind of twists and turns, but you're just surrounded by these blue things. And then as you come to a level out and you make a right, you see this massive expanse. And you just see blue and purple, pink, white, yellow, orange bodies of light within this cavern.
I want one of every color.
Give me an active perception check.
Oh, jeez. Come on, Jinx. I'll take that roll.
Nice, a dirty 20. As you walk into this cavern-like area, and you're just amazed at everything here. Like, you're just taking it in. You realize that the ambient light that they put out is enough for your dark vision to kick in to where you can see bright. It's normal light for you. And what you thought was just a hollowed out cavern area appears to be a oh man, what is the word? This is going to irritate me. Come on.
Giant
How many letters?
anglerfish.
Sepulcher, tomb, crypt, grave.
Witch house.
Lost. Something about a room.
A room.
Tomb. Alcove.
Mosaic.
Sick.
There.
You weren't even close, y'all.
Nope. We're like, what
You
the
see
fuck
that
is this?
the inside here is a massive mosaic of different pictures and which you can only imagine as events. You can see in one section a beautifully green valley of hills and mountains, lush forests, beautiful river going through the center of it, with a sunset over an expanse. The next scene is the same one, but on the top of one of the mountains, you can see what appears to be a smaller army, but at the front of that army, significantly larger, appears to be a man in a red cloak on a horse that seems to be overlooking the expanse. And then the next scene, somewhat familiar. It looks like a more opulent room of the castle you were just at. Where you were eating at, this appears to be more of like a celebratory event. You can see there are figures dancing. One of the main prominent figures is again a similar figure with this red cloak, but you can see the front of this individual now in very well-to-do breastplate and blacks and silvered long sleeve below the breastplate, and these tall, like knee-high boots. Again, with that red cape. Face relatively a handsome individual, but the person next to him is beautiful. You can't tell if the person next to this individual is masculine or feminine. Such are their facial features. It could be either or. But they are themselves an exquisite specimen with this long blonde hair, these bright blue eyes, and wearing these blue, almost wizard-like robes. And what you notice in this particular mosaic, again in this dancing scene, that there are stone busts in the background that's face matches the blonde in the image. And then another scene where there is a kind of conflict where you can see on one side is that same blonde individual wearing this shimmering, almost platinum-like armor with an army behind them, and the figure in the red cloak with an army behind them. And then you see that once beautiful landscape just around the edges seeming to be covered in some kind of shroud or darkness. And the next image is what looks like that landscape, which now you're putting it is Barovia now. Is how you see it now. And as you're looking at all these things and just amazed by what it is you're seeing, there's a kind of energy in this place that while all the tiny lights were pretty and distracting, and then you were able to see the mosaic and you're excuse me, taking in the bits of history in this place, you're because you're still at the entryway at this point, you're just kind of looking around, and your eyes focus to that center part of this cavern, which at this point you realize is probably about 80 feet long. And in the center, it appears to be curled up in on itself. This bright blue skeletal remains of some massive lizard dragon. And that the remains, that blue, you feel like that's a familiar substance, but as quickly as that is there, it's gone, as though that scene of events never happened. And
So
those
there's nothing there in the middle anymore?
No. It is. No, the skeletal remains are still there, but what it's made out of,
Oh, okay.
you feel like you should know, but you don't know. It escapes you, as though that series of events
Okay.
that you would learn of what that is gone.
Okay.
And as you're taking all this in, you can see that there is in the back of this room, you can see that there is a crack that goes from the base, and at the base is maybe about 4 or 5 feet wide, and gets more narrow as it goes up, and it just encompasses this tomb area. So there is another path for you to explore.
Going to take a moment to look at everything to make sure I can kind of remember what it looks like, so that I can try to explain this later, because this is totally awesome, and then I'm going to do the super responsible thing and keep going forward.
Excellent. So, by go forward, you mean you're going to go through the crack in the back of the room?
Continue on to the next path.
Are you
there's
gonna,
more to discover.
You're just gonna climb all over the skeletal remains, or what's
is it taking up the whole space?
No, but you said you're just gonna continue going forward. I'm just wanting to make sure.
I was going to pass that because I figure
you're going around
castle,
it.
I should probably not disturb
the
dragon remains.
I don't want to assume that Jinx is gonna not disturb the skeletal remains.
Well, not all skeletal remains, but dragon ones. This seems kind of important.
All right. As you walk past and you're heading towards that crack on the other side, you hear, "Jinxie, baby, those are beautiful bones. What are you doing?"
A dragon, and I don't know if I should touch them. I got in trouble for touching things before. My brother gets a little bit upset with me.
Look around, Jinxie. I don't see him anywhere.
No, but I couldn't carry them all. There might be more things down here, too. I can always come back.
Just one. One little piece won't hurt, right?
I shouldn't. Not. So shiny.
Very shiny. Like just the tip of the tail. I'll never miss it. It's already dead. What's it gonna hurt?
On the way back. I gotta see where it goes first, then I can see if I can carry more.
All right. As you make your way through that section. Rothan, you have no idea why, but you have this really uneasy feeling.
No, I thought this was gonna happen.
Like the pit of your stomach, buttery flies. You can't place it. You're not getting pulled in any kind of direction. There's no sense as to what, how, when, or where. But you're getting a little anxious.
Mm-hmm. I literally just said this party can't stop getting into trouble. I'm going to go and find everyone and make sure they're not getting into trouble.
Oh, he's the party mom now.
Well, easy enough for you to do, right? Because you're already in the central castle area, helping with repairs and whatnot. You can easily look down and see Misery, Devon, and Wit still at the table conversing and making things. You don't see Jinx. You still hear the sound, so you imagine that Valgwyn is still off doing Valgwyn-y things. So
Probably easy to assume that Trix is still out in the training yard because
I
he's
mean,
big and I would
you can
spot her
go
if he
you can
wasn't.
go all the way up to the rooftop and look over to see that there's, you know, a giant swinging this blade, and every time they do, there's like this whoosh of wind because they're just that massive. Eventually, they're probably going to get the gust of wind spell at some point, just for hilarity's sake.
So I'm gonna look down and yell so that they can hear me. Where the fuck is Jinx? Because it's the fastest way to find her if I don't see her.
For what?
I don't know, off doing her own thing, I suppose.
We need to find her. I have a terrible feeling. Please help me find your sister.
What kind of terrible feeling? Like something's wrong? Like she's hurt? How would you be
Like
getting that kind of
something
feeling?
is going to happen that is not good if we don't find her fast.
I mean, all right. Wit is concerned. It is his sister. So he'll look at Misery and be like, "Till later, my dear." And he'll transform up and flap up to Rothan. So, does your spidey sense tell us where she might be?
No, I just got a terrible feeling like if something terrible will happen, if something terrible is going to happen, all right? And I have a feeling that it's connected to someone in our group, and since I can see all of you, it has to be Jinx.
Okay. Well, I mean, you know this castle. I don't know where to look. She likes shiny stuff, so is there shiny stuff in this castle we can start looking at?
I haven't done a ton of exploring, so I don't know other than the altar. The altar has a ton of gold and platinum, so that would be my first guess, but the altar's like right next to where you guys were, so obviously she's not there.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I didn't look. Want me to go have a little look-see? See if she's in there?
Sure, I'm gonna start looking around. If you don't spot her, just keep looking, please. I really don't want some shit to happen in this castle again.
I look over at the deconstructed wall. All right. Okay, I'll fly downstairs and go check in the room.
Give me a survival check.
If I don't see her, I'll start looking for her other places. Where am I? How do I find me? Who am I? What's happening today?
Are we each doing a survival check separately?
Yeah, you two are looking for signs of Jinx in two different places. Separate survival rolls.
You guys, I'm so good at this. I'm like super wise and super smart. This is gonna be.
Oh, it's so great.
Find her
So
immediately.
great.
We did so good. Great.
There are absolutely no signs that Jinx has even been here.
Mm-hmm.
There's no random feathers. There's no footprints. There's nothing.
Well,
Oh.
let me see.
Mm-hmm.
There's something. Nah, I'm not like a useful kind of magic caster. I'm a blow things up kind of magic caster, so I don't got nothing for this. All right.
Do I see Godfrey anywhere?
Where is it that you're looking?
Well,
Let me phrase that. Are you going to then switch to actively looking for Godfrey?
Yes, because at least if I can't find Jinx, maybe he will.
All right. He is working on trying to get his office back repaired. Like, you guys have gotten a good part of that second floor, at least the reinforcement. Now you're just like putting the stonework in. So he's just, you know, trying to finish the walls of his room, trying to help out. So you're able to find him without any problem.
We may have a problem, Godfrey.
he just looks at you, hands covered in like cement, and just goes, "What now? Why is there always a problem with you?"
This group, I'm trying to do better, which is why I'm coming to you now instead of before something happens rather than after. And I got a terrible, terrible feeling something terrible is going to happen if we don't find all of my party, which the only one missing is Jinx.
Oh,
You don't have any inclination of where she could be.
He like just flings the stuff off, goes over to, old drapes, wipes the thing off, puts his hands in some water, and just again starts doing these things. He goes, "No, but since you are the champion, this would be a good time to teach you something. Sit down.
Okay.
Close your eyes."
Mm-hmm.
And he walks over to you and he puts his hands on your head. He puts both of his thumbs on the top part of your forehead, just above your eyebrows. And his fingers come around the sides of your head, and it's like they match up perfectly from side to side. And you can just feel a kind of sense. And what he is showing you is that there is a connection between all of you that are bound to Argynvost. And so if you pull on that connection, asking if any of them have seen something, you get a response. And the response that you get is you'll see Skeleton 23 saw Jinx eating at the table. You just get an image. There's no words. This is not like a conversation. This is more of a feeling passing through. And currently you're being assisted with how to make this connection. So you get, again, Skeleton 23, picture. Moments later, perhaps, there's no telling any kind of time. Skeleton 87, you see the image of all of you walking in through the barrier. So things are jumbled and out of order. However, the last image that you get is Jinx was walking around upstairs before turning into a bird, and that's the last image. You don't get a direction or anything. But Jinx was on the second floor, turned into a bird. And that's the last that you get. Now, when Godfrey stops, you have a massive headache. A massive headache. And Godfrey says, "Whew, well, I haven't done that in a long time. Well, if you just practice that a few more times, you'll probably be able to do that easier. You're alive."
Right. Well, that sort of helped. It narrows down the search at least. What? I'm running to get her help now that I know a direction.
Okay.
Sir, I'm a him, and I come
Him.
flapping up.
He's
What?
pretty.
All right.
What do you yell? Do
I
you want the
know-
others, by the way, or just me?
I don't fucking care. We just need to find her quick, all right?
All right, calm down, Jenner. You got to work on making decisions without so much emotion behind it. Panicking ain't gonna help you none. Now, what can I do you for?
So I know she was on the second floor, and I know she turned into a bird, and I know a general area of the second floor, I think.
All right,
That direction, all right? We just need to look over there.
take me up there. Let's go.
I'm moving quick. I'm not walking.
All right. Going to the second floor, you see that exact spot where in the image Jinx was at before turning into a bird. there's nothing. Nothing makes sense. You've got the wall. There is the red curtains that you know behind those curtains is a window. Beyond the window shows the the mausoleum where the beacon is. There's nothing. There's no breadcrumbs, if you will, to give you any indicate. You see nothing.
Nothing like standing here looking around. Do I see anything shiny? Like a glint out the window or something down in the floor? Or like something.
Give me a perception check. Give me a perception check.
I'm curious about, things and shiny things. So
give me a perception check.
Stick her beak into anything shiny, anything that may be shiny that she could stick her beak into. Why is this not opening? There we go. Just having.
Wow. Wit is looking around to see if there's anything interesting to figure out where Jinx has gone. I'm going to take a nice calm breath and then get really close to the spot I believe she turned into a bird in and just smell, see if I can get a trace of her scent.
Oh, we're going on werewolf.
Interesting. Give me a perception roll.
I take it it's with
advantage.
Since it's snow.
Yep.
Hey, there
Nice.
you go.
Nice.
All right. So as you take a moment and you're focusing and just kind of take in the different scents and really trying to find the one that's Jinx. Wit, looking around, there's a few things that are shiny, but nothing that you would that draws your attention as being like, there's a nice polished set of armor that the guys have been putting back together. You've got a little glint from the windowsill because the curtains were moved as Rotha was trying to frantically search for things, but no fun shiny things, no really intriguing things. So there's nothing in this particular spot that makes you go that direction. Rotha, you get a faint smell of bird. However, you can't tell the different smells between Wit and Jinx.
Now that's just offensive.
Even with that being the case, one of those could still go in one direction while the other leads a different direction. Correct?
Correct. And the one that goes a different direction seems to go to a place that you can't follow because you can't fly. It goes off to the center where you can't follow. So you know Jinx turned into a bird and went towards the, which you can only assume to be the center of the room. Now, what you don't know is did they from that spot, did they go up, down, left, right? You don't know. They went that way. Off the banister, which is still broken, and that direction.
Are you strong enough to carry me while flying?
You're a human person? Like, as a bird?
Yes. Not you don't have to be a bird to fly, right?
Yeah, I gotta be a bird to fly. What are you talking about?
Ooh.
So I got a couple of
Hybrid
variations on bird. I got big bird and little bird. Big bird might be able to pick you up, big guy. Maybe. But little bird ain't doing nothing. Did Jinx tell us what she was off to go do?
Oh.
Or did you just yeet from the table?
Just yeeted
That
from
would
the
be more
table.
consistent. Yeah, that would be more consistent.
It's definitely Jinx. She just
You-
like peaced
You
out.
were so enthralled with the story from Misery and about the dead
Oh, her
things and the
wandering off
live
to do
things.
something wouldn't
and-
have registered as an issue. It just meant
She
there
gone.
she goes.
She gone.
Why would I have told you anything?
That
Yeah.
never would
it's
have
normal.
registered. Okay. What do you want me? Where do you want me to carry you? What's going on in that head of yours?
Well, I have a scent, but it goes off into the middle of the room, and I can't fly. So I can't follow it unless I can fly.
So, scent particles when they hit the air tend to like float around. So you're not gonna find like a scent trail in the air. It's kind of have contact with something. So we can try and get. I can do my best. I can try and get you higher to see if we can see if you can sniff anything up there. I don't have the nose for that. I'm kind of concerned by what you are that you do, but we'll get to that later. Skill set discussion is fine. Do you want me to try?
If you don't mind, I would appreciate if we could try to fly into the middle of the room.
Okay, I'm gonna send Echo up to the middle of the room, just have him kind of look around.
Okay.
And I'm gonna half bird it up and
Okay.
try and carry Rothan up there. Wait, I don't have levitate, do I? Is
Okay.
that the same different character? I think that's a different character.
That's a different character.
That's a different character. They really like that spell.
You transform, go up to him, and like put your hands underneath his arms and flapping your wings, and there's he would have to lose a lot of weight.
Sorry, bud. I can talk. You know, I can charm the pants off a grasshopper, but I don't think that strength in carrying things is really my skill set.
Hmm.
And I don't unfortunately have any magics that I think might be able to help you. Is
Well-
there some? I mean, a cat's got to have. I point at my ghost cat that's up there. I mean, a cat's got to have a pretty good sense of smell. Is there any instructions that you'd want me to give him if he's looking?
If they can find out what direction this scent is going, then to follow it, and we can start following it from there. We can start going upstairs or downstairs, whatever direction they go.
Okay. I will ask. I will pop into Echo, since I'm probably more familiar, at least just being up close with Jinx, like what she smells like. I will pop into Echo and try and see if I can smell anything through the cat's nose.
Give me a perception check from Echo
How
with advantage.
Wait, how do I do that?
Can you double click to open up Echo's character sheet there?
I can't. I seem only to be able to target him.
Remove him so he's off your card. Let me not let you because I'm the one that summoned him. Hang on a second. However, if I do this... How about now?
Yes. Keen. If I just roll keen smell, will it do it?
No, you have to click the perception with advantage.
Okay. Basically the same number. Cool.
And you're using the ghost walk ability at this point, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So much like what you had already tried to explain to Rothan, the smell up here just dissipates, as there's nothing for it to latch onto. It just kind of floats everywhere. And so you as Echo are just kind of jumping around at different places. You smell it here, you come over here, you come over here, you see something shiny. no, you're supposed to be smelling stuff. You come back over here. Like, you just you get bored with this game. You don't really want to do it anymore. It's just not any good direction. No.
I'll pop out and tell Rothan that. I'm sorry again. There's just air particles move. I don't smell nothing. I mean, she'd have been, if she's off somewhere, she's looking for cool things. So, do you know what parts of this castle had cool things? Any cool armories or, libraries or shiny rock collections?
I know where most of the things you just said are, but if she was in any of those places, there's at least one skeleton near all those places, and I would have seen her.
What about in? Are we close to the rubble? Like the part of the castle that fell down?
Yeah.
What about in here?
Which, by the way, is less rubble. There is still some, but they've been working on it for, again, they don't sleep. So they've been working on it a lot. So there is still some rubble, but most of the rooms and the outer framework are all repaired.
There's nothing in that rubble that might have caught her attention. We can get real small,
Yeah, there could be. And there's not a lot of skeletons in the rubble, so fuck it. It's probably
they're not in the rubble, no, but they are working around it. Like, they're actively pulling blocks from the rubble to move them to other parts of the castle that are still usable, or they're pulling them out to be ground and used for concrete. Like, there are undead actively involved in that area.
Well, this is actually a good point. If I go to the edge of the banister, assuming that she flew off into the middle and somewhere, do I see a direction that she could have gone where there are no skeletons?
Oh.
Yeah, directly below you, which is a wall. Otherwise, it's the dance floor that has been converted to the eating hall, the mess hall, and then the doorway out, and then on from your perspective to the left is the baths, to the underneath right is where the spoiled wine vats were, and which has now become Trix's entire room, because she a tall girl. And then there's a small, probably being still fixed, repaired other room that had a fireplace in it. That is where the rubble is, because for you, the second floor, like that whole level is still caved in, where they haven't repaired the path itself yet, because they haven't, fixed the supports from the bottom yet. Again, they're working outside in, defensive perimeter first, outside roof, and then start the support walls going up and then building the rooms back again. So there's the only place that you can see from your perspective is either she flew out and nobody saw, she flew up and nobody saw, or she went into the middle and then fucking portal opened and she vanished. Or straight below you is a solid wall.
Does this place have a basement? Are you actually familiar with all of the rooms in this place, or should we go talk to Godfrey and see if there's anywhere you might not know about?
I think we're gonna have to talk to Godfrey again, because I don't know this place that well yet.
Alright, lead the way, Angry General, and if we're walking out, I will throw a message to Misery and Devin and let them know what we're doing. If they, care to join, if they're just like, fuck it, I ain't doing the shenaniganery. But I figured I'd keep them in the loop because I can see them.
Fair enough.
If I'm done, I'll go join them.
It's up to you how long those things take.
I would say I'm probably done by now.
Come on, look for ghosts with us, Devin.
I'm gonna pack up everything and go join them.
Okay. Misery, what are you going to do? Follow?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In that case, let's go ahead and take our first break. It's good break time.
for Strahd.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Weighted blankets.
Cammy stole my weighted blanket.
Oh, rude.
Children.
God, we're ravens.
Hey,
I swear.
Just
Hurting
wait.
nothing.
Dan.
Yes.
She's my mini me 100%. She's even starting to sound like me.
Oh no.
does she also have a tendency to pick up shiny cursed objects?
Oh, she loves shiny objects in general, so probably.
Probably is what I'm hearing.
Doesn't mean they're
Yep.
cursed. Sometimes
true.
they're sentient and evil.
I mean, sometimes sentient
right.
is good.
When have you met a good sentient weapon?
I mean, my ring is sentient-ish.
You know what? If we get there, there might be one in this campaign.
Mhm.
And my question still stands.
This is my emotional support item right here, by the way.
Oh, now I feel like I need an emotional support item.
Aw, all mine
Wow.
are still put up.
Do I need to go get my emotional support item?
Yep.
I need to go
think
find
Alright,
my
I'll be right
stuffies
back.
then.
Yep, I was about to say I'm gonna go get my emotional support Mothman.
Yes.
Oh, I want a moth.
I think the best emotional support item is the one that you can use to kill the thing that's giving you emotional damage.
Damage, true,
Cool.
true.
You know
In
what?
that case, I'm gonna need my wife to come down here.
You look valid.
She has a squishable Mothman. She has a squishable Mothman.
You know what? I could not
lot of
agree.
things.
I could not agree with that more, Rofund.
Mhm.
It's just something about something that kills the thing that gives you all that emotional distress.
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, it's a good one. I think every alcoholic out there would agree with you.
Wow.
Hey, Rothan, I'm just gonna borrow yours, okay? Because mine are still locked up, and I don't know when they'll come back out.
Get some foamy ones.
Yeah, get some LARP
I might have a
ones.
wooden one here somewhere, but
You know, there's really nice LARPing weapons that look beautiful hanging on the wall.
are we live yet?
It's yeah, of course we have been for a while. This
Wait.
is just foam.
Is it? I might grab
It
a
looks
couple
really
more
nice.
Glamdring.
to put
No,
up
that's
on
not
the wall.
Glamdring.
Oh no, that's Thorns. Never mind.
Yep, that's whatever. Yeah, Thorn's blade is. But yeah, there's some really excellent LARPing creators that they'll be
take a look.
beautiful on the wall.
Oh, these
And
all
you
my-
can beat people with them with minimal concern
Minimal.
or guilt. They hurt. If you've been hit with a LARPing sword, sometimes that shit hurts. You just keep your head.
I've been hit with a wooden sword that we
That
got a
shit
few
hurts.
years ago. Yeah.
But
my
they're foam.
LARPing weapon's an aluminum baseball bat.
That's not
Cool.
LARPing. That's a Tuesday.
All right, so as Misery and Devon begin heading up the stairs
And they're
to
explaining that they can't find Jinx. Got it.
try
Yep.
and get a hold of the Jinx.
The Jinx, not just Jinx. The Jinx.
The Jinx.
I mean, that's how I got my name. Just ask my brother.
I mean, that's what we started calling her, but that's too many syllables.
You guys are heading back up to Sir Godfrey. Ask him if he's got any more secret widgets or gadgets or gizmos about this place.
Whether he knows of any rooms that have shiny things that Jinx would be interested in.
So he says, well, the only place that I can think of is that area that Sir Peter calls the Starstone Cave, or mine. It's about the shiniest I can think of.
Sounds like a good place to start.
But that's not in this castle, correct?
Correct, it's not.
I thought you said, Rothan, that none of your skeletons saw her leave the castle and her scent went up. Well, I guess, is it possible she left?
Technically, it's possible, but there are skeletons outside. I would think one of them would have spotted her flying around, especially towards the mine, which they've been still mining over there, haven't they?
Yes, Sir Peter's over there now.
Yeah, so there's no way she would have gone in there without being spotted.
Are you sure you don't have any secret passages?
Not that I'm aware of.
Hmm.
This castle's older than I am. Who knows?
Hey,
Only
levels
the
are
Lord
there?
himself may have some inkling.
Ah, fucking hell, alright. You guys can either wait here or follow me. It'll just take a few minutes.
To do what?
Ask the master.
Oh, well, that sounds smart.
Yeah. I'll let you know if I learn any new hidden passageways, Godfrey.
Okay. Is Jinx still missing?
Yes, she is.
Well, I hope she didn't go beyond the barrier to, the trees that'll eat her, the grass that'll eat her, werewolves that'll eat her, Strahd that'll eat her,
Now, I'm hoping. I don't think she would have done that. I mean,
hags that'll eat her,
we've
hell,
lived
other
here a long
humans
time.
might eat her.
We've lived here a long time and are pretty familiar with the fact that most things will eat most things. So, hopefully, she was smart enough to stay in the castle. I don't see what would have drawn her out.
Yes, let us hope she's smart enough for that.
Now, my sister is right smart lady. All right. She has saved my back many a time, and just because some things have gotten a little wrong or some of my feathers have gotten singed, ain't mean we didn't get out of there no problem. So I'm sure she can, figure out her tail feathers from her ass, and that she's somewhere around here just poking at some sort of glowing mushroom or something.
Are you trying to convince me or
Me?
yourself?
No, it's me, sir. I'm trying to convince me.
I just wanted to make sure how you were wording that made it seem more you than
Sorry,
me.
I'm a verbal processor. He'll kind of sit down at whatever sittable place while he waits for Rotha, and he's like, "Oh man, where's she
Alright.
off to?"
Well, Jinx, as you have gone through the crack in the mosaic room,
Totally nothing's gonna happen.
oh god, yeah, nope. You start walking, still going down, strangely though, still down, and the temperature begins to drop even more. It's now cold. You went from it being cool to cold, and that the pretty lichen are gone. It's just you and the obviously natural. Well, I use the term natural very loosely. The crack changes to being back into a 5x5 section. Perfectly 5x5. And again, there's no dust. There's no particles in the air. And the
Something to worry about
corners
later.
at a sharp 90 degrees.
I'm sure it's
And
fine.
You keep going, and you're looking around, and you eventually come into about a 8-foot small room that you were coming in from one section, and now there are 4 paths in front of you.
I pluck a feather and set it down by the one I came in because my brother would yell at me if I didn't.
Okay.
And then I eeny, miny, miny, mo to pick one.
Of course they would.
So you're gonna what? Roll a d4?
Yup!
Were ravens.
I go that way.
Why are you still? Yep, you're still attached to the wrong one. There, let's fix that. Hell, that could be another part of the reason why you had multiple fucking character sheet bullshit. Fuck me. All right.
No idea.
So you go through. You go. Well, you pick 4. You go into that section. You get about 10 feet in before your right foot goes further down than you were expecting, and you hear, and then you hear, shink, 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 shink.
I look and see what's happening.
Oh. Oh no.
You turn around, and behind you, you can see there's this strange black rock-looking gate, like a gate made out of some kind of black rock that has stopped, that has come down behind you. And as you get a little closer to it, you can see that every single other passageway also has a section come down.
How big are these gates for sure?
You can, as far as like width-wise,
Yeah, as in like, would Raven me be able to get through the gate?
maybe.
Because now this suddenly feels like not such a good idea, and I might want to go get people to come like help me so I don't die.
Okay, you gonna shift and try to get through?
Yep.
Okay. As so you begin to shift, and it's not something that you're gonna be able to fly through. So you're having to like walk on your cute little legs, cute little were-raven legs. You get in and like you kind of like poke your head through, and it's just not working. It's just poke your head through, it's just not working. And it's strange when you poke your head through, you feel something weird. But at this point, you're starting to panic, and so you like pull out a wing and push your wing through, and then you're a person again, laying prone on the ground with your hand just barely through the bars.
This is
As you
very
felt
weird.
your transformation being dispelled, as though these things take magic from you. Now you're able to pull your hand back through.
Yep,
Your wrist is
pulling
small
like-
enough that you can do so, but you know you're not going to get through that.
Okay, this seems like something odd is happening. Let's see, what do I have in my handy-dandy toolkit?
Drugs? Do you have drugs?
Drugs.
I'm probably in Barovia, let's just say that. Can I see, like, where like, the entrance I came in through?
Uh-huh.
Is there a gate at that one, too?
Uh-huh.
Can I see,
All of them.
Can I see, like, just past that gate into that tunnel at all that I came through? Originally?
No, because you're at an angle. So yes, but you don't see too much.
But I see something through the gate.
Uh-huh.
Okay, well, I'm going to try this then, because nothing could possibly go wrong. I'm trying to teleport myself over there.
That-
I'm sure it's gonna work.
Scatter?
Yeah. That's the teleportation option I have in my handy-dandy toolkit.
Interesting. All right. So you're here. You want to teleport through. You do so. Boop.
I'm gonna, like, try to head back the direction I came then, just because, this seems like I might need somebody who knows something a little bit more than me.
All right. So you start heading back up the way that you came, from cold to cool again. And keep going up and up and up, and eventually you're back into the mosaic room. You can see the doorway on the other end of you. Do you make your way over and through?
I'm going to go around Dragon Skeleton and then look very carefully at Dragon Skeleton and see if there is a claw that is touchable and takeable, because shiny, sparkly,
100%.
it won't need a claw. It's gonna be
100%
fine.
there is. 100% there is.
Then I'm gonna take a claw and then we'll head back out. If I
All
can.
right. You go over there. You, excuse me, grab onto the claw and you pick it up. It's heavier than you expected. It's cold to the touch. And you can feel a kind of power emanating from it. Like your hands is like tingling with energy. The hairs on the back of your skin are standing up, and that tingling just keeps going up, and like all you feel powerful.
This is awesome.
Like nothing could stop you.
I slip it into my pocket and head on up then.
All right. You begin to head back up the way you came. Now you come to an intersection. Do you go left or forward?
How smart is Jinx today? I'm just curious to see how smart she is. Okay, that's about what I thought. We're gonna go to the just whatever one is to the right or straight or
Okay.
just keeping that direction. So
Cool.
probably the wrong direction. It's fine.
So as you continue going forward, you can see that there's more of that blue lichen again. So you're back in familiar areas.
Cool. Then I'm collecting more blue lichen for my pocket. That's with the one pocket has the claw in it now with more of the stuff too. Just filling my pockets with shiny things.
Okay. You go to put more in, and you realize there's just the claw in there. There's no lichen in there anymore.
I look very carefully at this lichen thing and try to figure out what it is. If I have I ever seen anything kind of like it, or?
It just looks like moss that has a bioluminescence.
I'm gonna sniff it and see if it smells funny.
It smells like fresh cut grass.
Interesting. Well, then I'm gonna pick some for my other pocket because I don't have any anymore.
Okay. So you're putting it in the opposite pocket of the claw.
Yep.
Okay. You keep going forward. And it turns again from being an up way to a down way. And you begin following that direction. And time means absolutely nothing down here. Time is fucking bonkers at this point.
Fine.
But
it's only been 5 minutes. It's fine.
Totally. At least 5. Maybe 1. Who knows? As you keep coming down, turn around a corner, you can see multicolored light ahead of you again.
I go look and see if it's the same chamber I was in before.
Okay. So you walk into this chamber, another 80-foot chamber. No mosaic this time, but the entire cavern is just covered in this different color moss-like stuff. In the center, though, is a smaller draconic skeleton. Maybe about a third of the size. And instead of being blue, these remains appear to be multicolored, rainbowish.
Ooh, that's super shiny and much cooler. I think I need a matching claw. Because Jinx is not the most intelligent person. I'm sorry, everybody.
Hey, no big deal. So you go
Yep.
and you grab
Get a
another
spanking
claw.
when you get home.
Yep.
Okay. Jinx, give me a perception check.
Great. Everything's fine. It's fine.
You're fine. Those of you who are still on the surface, the ground trembles. Legitimate shaking. And all of the undead stop moving. But for you, Jinx, nothing happens. You got a claw. There's no
claws. It's great.
There's no other end on this one. This one just seems to be it, if you will. There's no story behind it. There's just all these beautiful moss-like things and this rainbow-like skeletal remains of a smaller dragon, which you've taken a claw of, but you don't see another exit.
Try to head back up to, like, where I actually was trying to go originally, like, outside, I guess, to find my friends. Or at least my brother, because, he fixes things that
Sure.
I get in trouble.
So you go back, and you come to a point where you can either go forward or go right.
I'm gonna keep going left or right or whatever direction I was going last time. Keep going, try to find the next one.
All right. So you go right, and you start following that up the stairs. You get back to a section where it's just a handful of that blue moss, and you get up to where you can see the scrapings of dagger marks where you've taken yours. So you're on the right path. You're going, and then you can see, at the 120-foot range, that your 5x5 cube suddenly comes to an end. A solid end.
Uh-oh. I squawk very loudly to hope that my brother hears me and finds me.
Okay. Do you get closer to the wall, or you stay the 120 feet away?
Closer to the wall.
Right.
Just, loud squawk of help find me.
So
I'm lost again.
as you get close, as you're getting closer to it, about 30 feet from it, you can see a like shadowy image in it. That image seems to get bigger the closer to it you get.
Interesting. What does this image look like?
It's just a shadowy image from 30 feet away with dark vision, even magical darkness. You're just not sure.
I'm gonna get closer to it then, because what else is gonna happen to me?
Well, you get closer to it. The shadowy figure gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and you're staring right at it. There's no defining features, but when you move an arm, a shadowy appendage seems to move at the same time.
Well, are you my shadow? Because that's totally cool.
No response from the strange shadowy.
I poke it.
Okay. When you poke it, what you were expecting to be a nice cold reflective surface is in fact a kind of springy and ow, 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 ow burning sensation.
Whoops! A loud squawk of brother come find me. I don't know what happened and I don't like it anymore.
The shadowy image gets closer to you.
Back up.
Slowly gets closer to you. And as this shadowy thing is moving, you realize that it's not just a shadowy image, it's a perfect 5x5, perfect 90-degree cube-like thing that is slowly making its way towards you.
Oh, shit.
This isn't
no.
fun anymore.
No.
I conjure a bonfire underneath the thing. Because that's what, like, fire burns scary things, right?
Okay. So you conjure it in front of it?
Yeah, so like right at the edge of it where it is, so it's gonna like come into it in bonfire itself.
Cool. You conjure your bonfire in front of it, and when you do so, it moves forward. Moves right through it. It's still getting closer. However, because the create bonfire, you can tell that there are random bits of things within it.
Lovely.
And you swear one of them might be a bone? As this cube-like thing gets closer, seemingly uncaring about your bonfire.
Go back to where big dragon bones were, because that's probably fine. It's probably safe there.
Big dragon bones? You're going back to big dragon bones area?
Yeah.
Okay. You
with squawks every once in a while, hoping that, you know.
Sure. You are more than capable of going, and this thing's slowly seems to be following you, but you could definitely tell that you're 100% outpacing it.
Good.
All right. So topside people. When the earth shakes, what do? It stops eventually. Probably about, I would say the shaking itself goes for about 5 minutes before it subsides.
5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, before it subsides.
Oh, are we back to like the area where they think she originally disappeared from? And that's the
Wherever
only
you
place
want.
that's shaking?
No,
Like
the entire
whole castle
the
shaking.
entire castle, land beneath you, everything shook.
Okay.
Have
Let's be
I-
clear.
Have I ever experienced anything like that before?
Nope. Barovia is not a shaking land.
I didn't think it was just shaking land, but I figured it to ask.
Shake. Barovia. It's on its sign. Not a shaking land.
Okay, but the landscape moves from time to time, but I didn't know if it shook.
Moving ain't shaking.
No, moving is grooving.
That's what them trees
And
do.
do I
You're muted,
notice?
home dog. I see your lips going, Rothun, but nothing's coming out.
It's one of the few positive things about Barovia. It doesn't shake.
Come
So
to
do I-
Barovia. We do not have the shakes.
Oh my goodness,
We have other things.
I can't. Do I notice that the skeletons
How
have
about
stopped?
all of you topside, give me perception checks, please.
All right. You said perception?
I'll refrain. I'm busy.
All of you topside who is not named Valquin. Perception checks,
Cool.
please.
That 5 is real solid.
Got a natural one, so, you know.
Trix.
Nice.
Jesus. Trix,
'cause you're ready. It's
Devin,
your
Misery.
castle.
Fuck yeah.
It is my castle.
You.
I am the protector.
Fuck yes, nice. Well, everybody except for Wit. And in fact, actually, it's Rothund who Rothund picks this up first, followed quickly by Devin, and then like maybe 15 seconds later, Misery. So Rothund, you're gonna have a chance to react to this first. When the shaking subsided, and you looked around and noticed like all the skeletons and zombies and other undead accoutrements stopped. you realize you don't hear the jet engine fire anymore.
Oh no.
Well, it might be faster to get his help anyway.
Devin, you realize the strange sound that has been here since you got here is gone. To the point, like, you guys were talking loudly in order to overcome the noise. So when you speak again, it's you suddenly, like, that's what kind of triggers it, excuse me, is like, well, wait a minute. I don't have to talk so loud.
And like any like the skeletons that were moving are not moving anymore.
Well,
Is there any around us?
When the shaking stops, they begin going back to work.
What powers this place?
One, I don't know. Two, it's not important right now. Let's just go fucking figure out what the fuck is going on.
It is important.
And I'm gonna...
I think that might have been why she was going down her current line of questioning.
It is important because whatever powers this place was just interrupted, and seems like an immediate thing that we would need to solve.
Probably true. I have a feeling that it still has something to do with tricks. It just...
Tricks?
Pit of my stomach
Jinx?
is just going... Yes, Jinx.
Oh,
The
Jinx.
pit of my stomach is just telling me, find the group, which the only one left, again, Jinx.
Okay, first, where do we think that Jinx disappeared from? Let's go there first, and then somebody else can go off to find whoever else you're trying to find.
I mean, I'll take her. I can take Devin up to that spot that you showed me if you want to go get your dwarf. He won't know me from Adam, so there's no point in me going with. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get Val, because I have a feeling that he's available now.
Okay, bring him up there, or do you want us to meet you back in the hot place?
I'm fairly certain that we're gonna end up coming back inside the castle, and I can just yell for you if we don't want to come up to you.
All right, that's disquieting. I'll show you. Come on, Devin. And I will lead whoever's coming with me back into the castle to that spot where Rothan and I were trying to catch her scent earlier.
Trix, after a moment, you realize it's not you swinging the sword that was causing the ground beneath you to shake, and that sound is gone.
Okay.
Do that whenever you will. Keep swinging, I don't care. Just let you know.
But I
You
know what
notice
the sound is, right? Do I know that it comes? Do I
You know
what
where that it
sound
came
is?
from, where Valgwyn was making stuff. Yeah, like, that thing's been loud for days.
Okay.
And
it's
after
now...
the shaking, it has suddenly stopped.
Okay. I would definitely start heading towards the forge, hollering, "Dwarf, are you finally done?"
Okay. So you begin coming out, going around. I would say after the conversation, Rotha and Trix, you kind of meet at the same time, coming out the main stairs, going around. As you turn the corner, this makes absolutely no sense. There appears, you see the forge still ahead of you. Still intact, still fine. But from that forge area, about 200 feet up, is all liquid magma, with bits and pieces of solid sections of rock. And you guys can just see the waves of heat just constantly coming up.
How close can I get?
How close do you want to get? What are you trying to do?
See if I can't get Valgwin or get through to get to him. Like this.
You're just gonna start charging right on it?
I'm not. No, I won't charge right on in. I want to make sure that I would go carefully because I don't want to get burned. So
Okay.
like I would just keep going, and as soon as I feel massive heat that's going to hurt me, I would stop and reassess.
Okay. So, Giant Trix takes a step onto what appears to be solid land, and takes another step, and takes another step. And what Trix doesn't notice, but Valgwin, you do, is that everything they were wearing has been burnt to a crisp, cinders, ash, and has fallen down and melting. Such is the heat.
Do I notice this, or does Rotha notice this?
Rotha does. What did I say? Did I say Valgwin?
Oh.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I meant
you
Rotha.
did.
Sorry, I meant Rotha. The only Trix's bare red ass. The only thing Trix has is that massive sword in their hand. Everything else is once again gone because that's the kind of character they constantly have, is they always lose stuff.
It's always the clothes.
Well, clothes, backpack. It's all gone.
Shields until the
You just
retcon.
burned all your shit to a crisp again.
Yep.
Sounds like it. Yep.
Yep.
Ay, ay, ay.
Tricks for you, you don't feel any heat. And as you're taking another step, you looking around, you're like, why are my boobs out?
Again.
I think we've all had that
Fucking
experience.
Barovia.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. I would like to see lay tits now.
I'll take this
Valgwin's new
now for
superpower.
$200.
Okay, so as I'm going across this, and I finally realize my clothes are once again. I mean, at this point, don't even probably care. But I don't feel the heat. So
You don't feel the heat
I
at all.
just keep going.
You realize that as a fire giant, you are immune to fire damage.
Okay. As soon as I make that realization, then I just keep going straight towards the forge. We have not seen Valgwin in days, and there's no loud noises.
No loud noises. You can still see the waves of heat. Rothan, you don't even try. Like, you already know. Like, that's too hot even for you. Like, this is insanity. Trix, as you get closer to the building, you can see that from the building itself and out about 20 feet seems to be solid land. Not the hot magma nonsense. So as soon as you step up on there and you look, kind of have to bend down and look inside, you see the kiln where Valgun has been using, all this treated mimic tree wood is now barely ashes. You can tell where the oven part of this section has a massive crack in it, though. Like, this thing has taken, even with the strange goo that the undead put on to give this thing kinds of resistances, you could see that there's all kinds of sections of just puddles of solidified metal where things probably melted and solidified right in different spaces. You can see Valgwin on his back, just 100% naked like you are, completely covered in different and soot and shards of metal that have probably stuck into his skin. And around him are sets of beautiful tools. Do you remember he was forging just before he started working with the big projects? And then off to the back section, you can see this shield with a dragon emblem on it. You can see boots and greaves and chest pieces and pauldrons and gauntlets of a whole nother plate set. And you see hovering just about 5 feet or so from Valgwyn, this warhammer just hovers there. Valgwyn on the ground. What do you do?
Can I tell? Am I able to go in? Or am I too tall? I don't know.
You are, remember, you had to be like sideways and squeeze yourself in, and so there's not a whole lot of room for you.
No, but I can at least get my arm in and kind of
For
like
sure.
shake Valgwyn and make sure that he's breathing. Is he hurt? Like, can I wake
Give me a medicine check at disadvantage. Because you're not able to see and do this at the same time. So you have to use your massive hand and shake and try to feel for breath and everything else. I mean, his body's warm. Not sure if that means he's dead or alive. Can't really tell.
Can I? Sorry, Val. I want to grab him by the arm and kind of gently drag him out.
All right, so you grab him and easily enough pull him outside of the smithing area. You see him. Beard only slightly singed, strangely enough. Paying attention, you can see there is a rise and fall of his chest. He is definitely breathing.
Okay. Now between me and Rothan, there's the magma though.
Yeah, there's about 120 feet of it.
All the way around?
Yeah. You seem to have a perfectly 20 feet around this forge area of still green pasture ground land that just doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Seems like this area here was unaffected by the heat.
Okay,
Whereas beyond that seems to have just been melted by it.
Okay. Not knowing if I wouldn't take Valgwyn across magma. But I would shout at Rothan, I found Valgwyn, he's passed out but alive. I can sit here with him. I don't know if I can get him across the heat.
Have you tried waking him up?
I kind of do a finger poke, rock, like trying not to hurt him because, ginormous hands. Let's see if I can't wake him up.
No response.
Yeah, he's not waking up, but he's breathing.
Yeah, I wouldn't take him near that lava. That's a bad idea.
How did all this fire get here anyway?
Trying to figure that out. If you want to stay there, you can, or you can come back across. I don't care. Leave Val there, though. I'll be back in a few minutes, hopefully.
Yeah, I'll wait here for a little bit, make sure he doesn't die on us or something. But if you go into battle, holler for me, because I like a good fight.
I'll do my best. Can't make any promises.
And I sit down and kind of make myself comfortable. And I'll just stand guard for a little bit because I don't know how to safely get him across the magma.
Are you sitting or standing?
I'll end up
sitting
sitting.
guard or are you standing guard?
If I don't wrong character, I'll sit.
Okay. And then where's Valguin in relation to you? Like, is he still within eyesight? Is he right next to you? Like, where do you
Oh,
put him in relationship to you?
he would have been next to me because I would have dragged him out the door, but not much further. And then right there, I would have just kind of sat up right next to him from where
Okay.
I dragged him out.
Okay. So as you're sitting there, this hammer just slowly makes its way to just still be resting right next to him. Just hovering there.
Well, that's not something you see every day. But I now have a sword that you don't see every day. And this is Barovia, and apparently I'm going to talk to myself, like Aunt Lola.
And you're
The
naked
prophecy
yet
is
again.
coming true.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, while you sit there,
I just keep guard for now.
keeping guard over Valguin, no problem.
Or not, you know what I mean.
Rogo,
Yeah. Everything else has not worked, so I'm going to the one person that hasn't failed me yet, and that's back to the church so I can ask some questions.
Okay.
Hello?
All right. Well, as you get back into the church, get into a pew, begin to pray. While you're doing that and having your questions prepped, Wit and Devin, what do you all? What's the investigator crew doing there?
So, standing here, I imagine I've been shown the areas where they thought she might have disappeared from. This place was previously rubble. Is there any, like, sandy, dusty material I can pick up handfuls of?
Strangely, no. Not in this area. There is a section that is still rubble that you could, but this section that has been rebuilt, no. These skeleton peoples, for being dead guys, they clean up immaculately.
How far away is that other section?
It would be back down the stairs and off in the corner of the castle.
I'll take a small dagger and just cut just the ends of my ponytail, just the hair, like a
Okay.
couple of handfuls of hair. And I'm gonna start, like, small areas, or even, like, they thought she could have disappeared this way. I'll go around and kind of see if I can see, like, any breeze that catches the hair, so the hair moves, like there's an opening somewhere that's getting air.
Yeah, give me a investigation roll. No breeze in this place.
Okay. So you have no idea where she would have went?
Look, I know my sister. She likes to go explore things, go find holes, crannies, cool shit. Like, I just see walls. And unfortunately, she seems to have transformed at some point, and there's no way for me to guess Rothan couldn't find her scent after she started flying, and I just, I
Okay,
don't know how
so
to track her.
I'm gonna focus and look up. Is there any larger than normal cracks towards the top of the walls, ceiling, somewhere that it would take a bird form to get to?
I am confused by your larger than normal crack.
Like, if it's a castle, it has cracks where the stones come together, but maybe there's something that's separated a little bit more than
Okay.
is usual. I'm full on investigation, and
Yeah.
I'll
I understand. I mean, there's still plenty of cracks on the damaged section of the castle. But I mean, like, the best of your knowledge, like, they would just lead to other rooms within the castle, or there's still a hole in the ceiling where she could have flown up and out.
So I'm gonna, like... Can you see the sky from this hole?
Yeah.
Or it goes to another room?
No, you could, because of the damage still, yes, you can go all the way up and out.
All the way up and out. Okay, and then alternatively for cracks, I'm gonna look for, like, I don't know if there's tapestries hanging on the wall, move a tapestry, move this, move that. Any strange things?
No stranger than what you would expect for a castle that supposedly just had an explosion in it.
Are you guys sure that this is where they disappeared from?
That's what they said. Here's some... I don't know what to think. The only thing Rothan seemed to say in terms of, like, sparkly or interesting places, he says something about a starstone mine, which is not beneath the castle, but I feel like we're looking down and not up, because even though she did transform, but I don't know, ground shakes start from the ground, right? They don't start because something was in the sky. So wouldn't that mean we'd need to be looking underground if that really was her that started that? I don't know if this castle has a basement or if that mine is where we need to be looking. I mean, he never felt an earth shake before, so I don't know what might have caused it.
Well, I have a way of getting into small places. I'm gonna take a potion off my bandolier. I'll be back when I can. And I'm gonna drink the potion.
What? Where are you going?
And then sort of Devon's form sort of dissipates, and you see this just green gaseous form where they were standing. And I'm going to explore the cracks and crevices of this area in a more efficient way, hopefully. We can't hear you.
You're muted.
Well, then what I just said doesn't apply, and sorry you don't find anything.
Ah.
Give me an investigation roll with advantage. Rothund, what is your prayer? What do you say?
All right. First off, this sucks because you just told me to keep them in line, and they're already getting into trouble. Jinx is missing. We're hoping she went into like a secret passage or something. Is there such thing in this castle?
Go lay down.
Is that all you say?
That's my first question. Yes.
Okay. Well, there's multiple questions, but okay.
Yeah.
Is there any secret passages in the castle? One that goes to the graveyard.
All right. Second and third question. You wouldn't happen to be able to tell me where Jinx is, and do you know what could have caused magma to show up on the near the castle?
For both those, you're told no.
Great. I just need to know where that secret passage is then, and I'll be out of your hair for now.
So you are shown a wall that had a not so old and mothy tapestry, and that there is a brick behind there to push. However, you have never seen that tapestry in this castle.
I know what it looks like, which means there might be someone else that knows where that tapestry used to be.
Could be.
Which means I'm doing a lot of back and forth here, but it's all right.
Flash of Genius? Could even use that in gaseous form. 24 total investigation. Well, how does that last? An hour? That's probably good enough. So I'm gonna say that within the hour. So you're going to be doing this for the entire hour time. You'll find going through cracks in different spaces. You find what looks to be a triangular section of some kind of black material that may have been a mask at one point. But you're not looking for a mask, so just keep going. going through bits of, your gaseous form, able to go to other places nobody else can go to. Go through different sections and parts. You can see where, like, through one wall, you come into a chamber, and let's this real quick. Yep. Doesn't really say, but we'll say sure. You pass through a section, and well, there's a skeleton that's clearly been trapped behind a wall. And claw marks on the insides of the stonework. They were walled up here alive, and it moves. It's animated.
Moving on as quickly as possible.
Swooshing through. You find other small sections, other pockets of broken wall and breach you can go into, and they don't really lead to anywhere. And when you're about your hours up, you kind of pull yourself out, go back to where you were, and we coalesce.
There's no way Wit would have stayed still that long.
Nope. So we'll get back to what Devin does. Wit, what are you doing after Devin goes, poof?
Well, communication is real solid in this group. I just have that gut suspicion about downward, that earthquakes come from the ground. Not having any idea what an earthquake is, but ground shake means something from ground is problem. So I want to go back to that ground floor and look for any basements, wine cellars, anything that might hide something below the castle, like a lower level that just Rothan doesn't know about or hasn't been introduced to yet.
All right. Go ahead and give me a investigation roll. Misery, what are you doing? While everybody's bouncing in 12 different directions, still trying to find this small fucking black bird.
Wit's going one way and Devin, I'm gonna probably wait for Devin to come back before I go following Wit.
All right, so that could be an hour or so.
Yeah.
Okay, just gonna hang out.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. And then Rothund, I'm assuming you're gonna go back to Godfrey, talk about this tapestry. Where the fuck did this thing go? And he's gonna be like, there were decorations all over the dance area. Couldn't tell you what wall though.
All right. You want to help me search the entire dance hall for this wall that has a stone that needs to be pushed?
Sure. Follows you and starts pressing random shit. Wit, as you're looking around for trying to find a thing, you see Rothund and the more well-dressed undead guy just pushing random stones on walls.
To figure something?
Well, I was told that behind a tapestry that is no longer on the wall, there's a stone that can be pressed, and a hidden passage will show its location.
Well, I mean, that sounds like a good start.
Yep.
You don't know where? It's just somewhere on these walls?
Well, I described the tapestry to Godfrey here, and he said there was a bunch of them down in the dance hall, but he doesn't know which one or which wall, so we're checking everywhere.
All right, I'll take that wall. And I
Rothan,
Go
make
start.
your own investigation roll. I'm going to make one for Godfrey.
swiping bricks. I'm even I'm gonna go into my hybrid form so I can swipe bricks with my wings and my arms. So I get more surface area.
Investigation is great.
Look, it's all about your frame of mind. Look, that one was beautiful. That wasn't you.
This is why I asked Godfrey, because
Yeah, because you also asked the dumbass bird. I'm not that dumb, but I ain't good at this shit.
Misery, do you decide to help them?
If
Or you can
yeah.
still stay on the second floor
Okay.
and wait
You know,
for
if they're doing
for
weird shit,
Misty.
I'm gonna.
Please. Please help.
you're gonna
Please.
jump in with the weird shit.
Yeah.
Give me an investigation roll as you take another section.
Investigation.
hey, somebody's
Cool.
good at it.
Cool. 6, 18, 13, 25. Man, you guys, you cover every brick of that fucking dance hall and don't find a damn thing.
Rothan, are you
Mhm.
sure? Sir, Sir Godfrey, any other tapestries that might have been somewhere not in the dance hall? It's a big castle.
It is a big castle, like I told Rothund earlier. It's older than I am, so I do not know. This is just where I remember them being a very long time ago.
Any other markers you got, Rothan? Corners, edges, stairway, anything, windows.
All I got was a tapestry. Just to think about it logically, he did tell me where the passage is supposed to go. The closest location to where it's supposed to go would be the chapel, so it could be in the chapel.
I mean, hanging tapestries in a chapel sounds like a fairly normal thing to do. Can we go check there?
We certainly can. Again, we're gonna have to pretty much search everywhere where there is or maybe have had a tapestry at one point in time.
I don't like this game, and I'm gonna have another talk with Jinx that when she wants to play a game, she needs to gain consent from the other players.
Well, the four of you head into the other section and start touching stones. Bunch of stone touchers up in here. Jinx, you have somehow in your panic fright made your way exactly to where you wanted to go on accident.
Isn't this lucky?
I'm going to-
when you make your way into the mosaic tiled room, all of the lichen are dead,
Uh-oh.
and that blue crystalline bone skeleton is dark black.
I'm gonna look at the claw that I took from it and see if it still looks colorful.
On the tip of it, it is turning black.
I'm going to put it back in its spot.
Okay.
Be like, is that how things get fixed? Kind of like talking to the ring. It might or might not answer me. This doesn't seem like things turned out well.
Doesn't seem to be a immediate noticeable reaction.
I'm gonna kind of look around and see, do I have any lichen left in my pockets, or is that all gone too?
I mean, you can search your pockets, and it's no longer glowing. It looks dehydrated or dead.
That's so sad. It was so pretty too. Ugh. Well, if this dragon, I'm gonna try to see if I can like go see what the other dragon looks like. If the other dragon is still there, if I can remember how to get there in my, panic, and if the way is clear.
Give me a survival roll. You've been there once before, so I'm gonna make the DC not as difficult. There you go. All right. So you head back, and instead of making the left, you make the forward and the right and the loop-de-doop-de-swoop-dees, and you make your way into the other chamber where the Lycan here are also dead.
Uh-oh.
And the rainbow crystalline remains of the dragon are a dark, dark red.
I'm gonna put that claw back too and be like, I'm really sorry. I think these fun sparkly things were supposed to stay with the fun sparkly things.
When you put that claw back, you can feel the earth beneath you begin to tremor and shake.
Okay, this doesn't seem very fun anymore. I'm gonna hide behind the dragon and kind of look towards the entrance and see if anything's coming down the tunnel. Because I don't know what shaking ground means beyond big things walking.
You feel something hit your head.
Uh-oh.
And you brush it off, and that's small handful of rocks. You look up, and the ceiling has multiple cracks in it. To where any given moment, one of those sections could just fall down upon you.
Great. I'm gonna try to get out of here then, but I don't know where to go, so this will be fun. Yeah.
Where are you going?
I'm gonna go back to see if the big dragon skeleton is any safer, because that was a bigger dragon, and skeletons might be good things to hide in if necessary for survival of falling rock.
As you make your way out of this chamber, you can hear what sounds like the collapsing of stone against itself, and you just keep going.
What?
And you make your way back into the other chamber, where you can see that where you put the claw back, the claw is now back to being completely blue, and just at the knuckle is starting to be.
Maybe that was a good idea then. I might be doing okay. This seems still kind of spooky, so I'm just gonna hide behind the skeleton and kind of watch things and make sure that nothing collapses on me, because that sounds like a bad idea to get collapsed on.
Okay. As you sit there, you swear you hear voices. Just at the edge of your hearing. Just subtle whispers.
Are they recognizable as
Nope.
anybody here? Okay.
Nope. And the temperature is getting colder. And colder.
Great. Going to set my ring down, kind of right underneath Dragon Tail.
Okay.
And then jump into my ring and just kind of watch things without the fear of being murdered by things.
You still have perception of what is a certain range around your ring?
I think it's just around. Let me see. Let me hit the feature thing to jump into it. Where did it go? Oops, not that one. Wrong button. There's too many different talisman things.
Thunder damage, shattering some of the bones. The
There's too
dragon
many different
things
to jump into. You remain in the space and you see things. It was said on the other description. Back to the cold class. Bottled respite. As an action, you can magically vanish and enter the vessel which remains. Blah, blah, blah. While inside, you can hear the area around the vessel as if you were in its space. You can remain inside a number of hours equal to twice your
Okay.
proficiency bonus.
So you can hear. So
Yep.
you still hear the voices.
This is really creepy, and, yeah. Gonna look around while I'm in there and be like,
Okay. Well, while you are in your vessel, Team Stone Pushers, you're still pushing stones. Devin, you are no longer missed.
Back to where I started,
Correct.
and nobody's here.
Correct.
And I didn't find anything that I was actually looking for, so I'm gonna go back down to the area where the table is, where I was working on things,
Okay.
and look around for anybody.
You see a bunch of dead people.
Not who I'm looking for, though.
Give me a perception check. You can hear some ruckus to the north of you.
I will head in the direction of the ruckus.
You go through the kitchen into what looks like a church, place of worship, where there is Rothund, Misery, Wit, the really nicely dressed dead guy are just touching the walls in all the right and wrong places.
So, there's I think one of your workers is boarded up behind a wall that was in yay direction. And, I don't know, like a mask. I didn't find anything. What are you guys doing now?
Oh, we're trying to find a secret passage.
Would this be an area that I've already sort of explored, or no?
Nope. Nope.
I think Wit is muted because I saw lips moving but no sound.
Sorry, I did turn my headphones off. I'm sorry. I was just explaining that we're looking for a stone that we can push to get that's behind an old tapestry, but there ain't no tapestries anymore. So apparently there's a stone we can push and head down. And the grand old theory right now is down.
Push and head down. So I'm going to do the hair experiment again and focus on the bottom half of the walls, like where it meets the floor, to see if I can find a breeze. That'll be what I do first before I start pushing buttons.
Okay. Yeah, you very easily find you find a breeze on the north wall, the east wall, and the west wall.
Anything that's especially breezy?
Well, I mean, all those walls lead outside.
All those walls lead outside. Well, I suppose this might be useful again, and I'll get a potion from the same area. I'll be back. I'm just gonna go gaseous form again.
Okay.
Already concentrating on it, so I'll just put a usage. And then I will look for bigger cracks and start seeing if there's anything I can squeeze myself into.
All right. So within this room, able to find all sorts of cracks and things. Again, on those walls, they just lead outside. They don't seem to go anywhere. Over by the altar, though, there is a little trappy door that goes down, and it goes down into about a 10 by 10 chamber, and there's all kinds of shinies in there, but no bird.
No bird.
No bird. And then coming back up and exploring now the southern wall, that just seems to butt up into the kitchen area and then the second floor. Doesn't seem like this spot has a wall that would open to lead down.
Well, I'll come back and try to focus on the floor. To find something through the floor, hopefully.
Dirt.
Dirt. Any mouse holes? Rodent holes?
Nope. While they are gaseous form, the four of you who are pushing stones do not find anything.
All right, this is getting ridiculous. Didn't you say something about a mine? Has shiny stuff in it?
Yeah, might as well check it. Who knows? Maybe they just didn't pay attention. You know, it could be that she was a bird and so they didn't think it was her. That could be it.
You didn't add? Okay.
It's
All right.
It's a new thing, all right?
It's all right. It's all right. I forget, non-were ravens forget, how to observe for kin. It's fine. I just think that's our only option. There doesn't seem to be much going down, and I cannot spend the rest of the day poking stones, or I will poke you with a stone. What is this cave? If it's got starstone sound shiny, that sounds like exactly something she'd be beelining for if she managed to catch a glimpse of it.
Yeah, it's mine. Very interesting mine for sure. Follow me.
So Rothan, as you say that, the strange mist, just comes across you. And, goes over to the altar area and goes down into the ground. And then comes back up. And goes down into the ground. And comes back up.
Hold on a second. That was weird.
Oh, that's Devin.
Right. I'm good. Well, I saw her turn into mist, but I'm saying she went through the ground, which is interesting. Just give me a second. I'll go over to the altar, see if I can figure out how she went through the ground, if there's actually something there. Just real quick.
You can very easily see an indentation in the floor where the altar has obviously been moved in the past. So you can drag it and you see a trapdoor.
Why wasn't this mentioned to me? He said there's one hidden passage. This seems like a second. I'm going to open the trapdoor.
All right, you open up the trapdoor. You can see that it's about a 3x3 foot that goes down, and you just see all kinds of gold, platinum, and bits of silver just covering this chamber below.
This is where they fill the altar. I get why it wasn't mentioned, because it's considered food and offering to the Lord. All right, and I just shut the trapdoor.
Okay.
I will follow him up as the gaseous form and just kind of stay right next to him.
Okay.
What'd you find?
Do you move the altar back?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure.
Nothing of import right now. Let's keep going to the mine. What?
When you say things like that, it's quite dismissive to the individuals around you who might be needing the information at some point, or who are invested in the search with you.
No,
So,
you're a were-raven that trades information. This is information that is not to be traded. So, we're glancing over it and moving on.
again, you're being offensive.
But I'm being correct.
That's not how
Both
that
can
works.
be true.
No, dear, that's not how that works. You're being rude, and somebody needed to sit you down a lot younger and teach you how not to do that.
Keep on walking. There's better ways to say you want to keep your secrets without being all rude, especially when we're looking for my sister.
At this point, Godfrey goes, where ravens?
Yeah, I'm starting to understand the sentiment now as well.
No. Rothund, earlier you asked the collective about Jinx. You did not ask the collective about a raven.
Ah. So, you think you could help me again so that we can speed this process up?
You don't mind a headache.
I've already have one, so...
Excellent.
It's
You're
only
too tall.
you
Get
know.
down.
Ugh.
Close your eyes. Empty your mind. So, Skeleton 23 again shows you a picture of the first floor where the stairs come out. There is a wall where the doorway to the kitchen's to the left, where a bird flew through where there were two missing stone works. And then you see Zombie 82 patch the wall up.
Mm. Mm.
Clean
Mhm.
up its mess and continue on its way.
Mhm. Mhm.
And that's
I
what you
see
get.
the problem now. Yep. Yep. I know what the issue is now. You really need to talk to your sister about this stuff.
What stuff in particular? Because, trust me, we done grown up together. I say about 6 words, she hears about 1 letter.
Going into places that she shouldn't, especially when they're under construction.
Now, I hadn't talked to her about the construction before, but let me tell you, I talked to her about the Doko and shit before. We
Let me
have.
just show you what I mean, and I'm going to take her to the wall that looks very freshly
I'm a him!
fixed.
So hang on, you get to this
Him.
wall.
Just because I'm
All-
pretty doesn't make me a woman, sir.
All of the stones are old, but there is a very small section of mortar concrete that is obviously new. And it doesn't take much for you to go kabam.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to point out the fresh mortar and be like, see this? This happened after your sister entered. And then I'm going to slam it open.
It hasn't cured yet. Easy enough for you to
Mhm.
bust through, pull that out, and you can see what is a relatively small crack that goes down.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
why she was a bird. Can any of y'all get small?
I'm
So-
still in gaseous form, and I'm gonna like hover in front of that area.
Yeah, go, go, go. I'll go with you.
So Rothun, if you take your armor and stuff off, you could squeeze through. But it's technically difficult terrain, and you're squeezing through. And you have no idea how long that squeeze is. And that's
Or I
you can tell like that's going to be cutting into your skin.
Or I could take the time to make the gap wider.
So it's now solid rock. It's not layers of stonework anymore. This is natural use the term loosely, formation here. It's not stonework that has a crack anymore. You've gone past, and what you realize as you were pushing through is that there were 2 layers of wall here, to where at some point another layer was added, and probably some shit was added, and this was blocked off for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
So gaseous form goes in. Yes?
Paying specific attention to probably how much time has passed, and if the area becomes too small for me to fit, if the spell drops, I'll go back.
How tall are you?
Oh, I'm coming.
Like 6 feet, I think.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be real bad. Okay. So you go in. Birdwit, you're faster than Misty. So you just.
I wouldn't have transformed unless I needed to because I don't want to lose my equipment.
How tall are you?
I don't know. What did I say?
That's
I'm
not in
taller
the,
than.
not in the bio.
That's not in the bio. Why would I
Are
have
you
thought
a
of something
medium?
like that?
You're a medium creature though, right?
Yeah, I'm a medium creature.
Yeah, you would have to be squeezing as well. You would not be bloody squeezing like Rothund would be, but you would be squeezing.
I'm gonna squeeze. I just got a bad feeling about this, and I want my spell components with me. I just got a real bad feeling.
Okay. So you start squeezing through. Misty's form, gaseous form starts going through.
Ro, get the rest of the team.
Big woman won't fit, and that's the rest of the team pretty much.
Misery's right there.
Misery's right here next to us.
Don't you got a dwarf or something?
Stay here and make sure no one walls up this wall again.
Yeah, that would probably be a good idea. I'm going to put my armor into my backpack, hang my backpack down the hole, and when you get down there, let me know. I'm going to wait and then drop the backpack down so that I can get my stuff once I make it down.
Is it down or is it like, are we crawling sideways?
It's at an angle.
Oh, all right.
Because there's the kitchen wall on the other side, so you're coming in at an angle that it just drops for a little bit.
You're gonna drop a jangly bowling ball after us. All right, cool. We'll let you know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I mean, squeezing through, Misty going through. Misty, you're going to get there before Wit does. That small section goes for about 60 feet before it suddenly, for you, opens up into a perfect 5 by 5, with there being no dust, dirt, or traces of anything having been here.
I'm gonna hold the form as long as possible and just wait for the other two. Or whoever's coming.
Alright. So eventually Wit shows up.
I'll whistle for the bowling ball.
Drop bag,
Ting,
and then
ting,
I start
ting, bing,
squeezing
bong,
down.
boom,
Yep.
boom, bang.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bowling ball.
I'm probably getting scratched to hell, but I already have a ton of scars, so it doesn't matter. Woohoo.
Okay. So just to be clear, Misery told you stay up here and make sure nobody walls it off. You said, fuck that, I'm going down there.
No, Misery said she's staying up here to make
No,
sure no one
I
walls
said
out.
for you to do that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you. Okay, well, I just got it mixed up. All it is.
I heard the same thing. I heard the same
Misery
thing.
doesn't
See, it
speak
wasn't just me.
Draconic. Misery doesn't speak Draconic. It's too late. You're going down. No problem.
Yep.
Okay. Misery, what are you
As
doing?
soon as I see him do that, I'm just like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
I hate this girl so much.
This is why bad things constantly happen to us, because nobody listens to me.
Nobody fucking listens.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, poor Trix is like, that's a lot of lava. Are you awake yet? Nope. Why am I naked again? This is a nice sword. Oosh.
But there's no way she was fitting there, so.
It's fun
Yeah,
fact.
pretty much. I'm talking to myself like Aunt Lola. I'm talking to Valwyn. There, I'll tell myself I'm talking to Valwyn even if he doesn't talk back.
That's how they always start.
Well, man, all right. So
I love this for us guys.
That's
great.
there,
swear to
there,
God.
there.
That's
The gaseous form is going to end after Rothun finishes putting his armor on.
Okay.
So you'll be back to you. For those of you who are over 5 feet tall, you're hunched down. This is one at a time pathway here.
I find it funny and ironic that literally the best person for this is incapacitated currently.
yeah.
When you say ironic, I hear terrible, but you know.
And then the second shortest person would be Misery, and
You're going into a
she
hole in
can
the
see in
ground.
the dark. So
Diggy holes.
Yeah, diggy hole. Mr. Dwarf would be perfect. Just saying.
Hey, I have dark vision. It's fine.
I think everybody
around.
does now, don't you?
Yeah,
Except
but
for
I
Trish?
also have the
Yeah, we
dwarven
all do.
stone cutting feature. I could have found that in a heartbeat.
And I just lost all my torches.
this is great.
No, they served their purpose fully before they caught fire.
This is great. This is so good.
Well, you guys, team Where the Fuck is Jinx starts making your way through this 5x5 section. At some point, didn't use passes for a lot of this. At some point, Devin, you're able to see on these walls these strange scratch marks. Doesn't really make any kind of sense, but you see some scratch marks out of this entire wall section being perfectly smooth. This perfectly 90-degree angles. This 5 by 5 by 5 by 5. This perfect 5-foot cube. Smooth wall, except for this section. It's got these scratch marks in it, as though something hacked, slashed, clawed.
They don't
Not
seem
entirely
like
sure.
they could have been were-raven scratches or
They look too
size of
big
maybe
to be.
Jinx's hand.
Could have been if Jinx was afraid enough. Maybe they swiped at something.
This is the literal worst thing that I've ever experienced.
I'm gonna point it out. Maybe this was meant to keep something in? Or maybe this was Jinx?
As a were-raven, I would know whether or not were-raven claws could cut stone. Right? So
I mean,
would I know?
realistically, given enough desperation, human nails can cut through stone.
Okay, I have a thing for nails. What? Okay.
No,
I can't use my claws. Don't worry, it wasn't claws.
Do they like? If I hold my hand up to them, do they look like they could be her sized?
No.
Okay.
No. When you put your hands up, they definitely don't look like a hand.
I don't know what this is. I doesn't immediately appear to be her. They're a little big. They're not quite hand sized, but can we maybe keep moving? See if this widens out a little bit. It's a little claustrophobic in here.
Yeah, I would appreciate that.
I mean,
Keep an eye out, Devin. You seem to be really good at that. This was a good find.
eventually you guys come up to a T. You can go left or right.
Well, I did tell Jinx good adventures go left, so if she listened to me at all, we probably should go left.
Wait, if she listened to you at all. But I think we've learned she doesn't.
So we should probably
I'm
go right.
just saying.
So we should go right. Go right. You just
Go
go right.
right.
Go right. 100% go right. You are correct.
Devin, you're leading this train. Do you go right? Again, perfectly smooth walls. There's nothing. No dirt, no debris, no dust. There's not even particles in the air.
This entire place really feels like it has some magic to it. I want to take... We'll take a bit of paint out of the painter's supply kit and sort of mark the path that we're going.
Okay.
Smart.
Mm-hmm.
And then continue forward to the right, wherever they
Going
said.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So as you all begin to make your way to the right, Jinx, I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Lovely. This is totally gonna go well. Okay.
We will come back to you in a moment. So you all continuing, and it's getting cool. Like the temperature is obviously changing. You're going down. Temperature has dropped. Keep going, keep going. It twists and it turns. But it's still this strangely perfectly cubed shape. Still nothing on the walls at this moment. Still the strange 90-degree angles. No dirt, dust, nothing in the air. And you keep going. Going. And it's dark. Kind of weird with the temperature change. But you keep going. There's no sign that Jinx has even been. You haven't seen feathers. No like footprints. No disturbing of anything. No inkling at all that she came down here, other than the skeleton.
There's no marks that would indicate that this has been constructed.
Nothing. It's perfectly smooth.
Because it's perfectly smooth.
There's no light down here?
None.
I think something moves through these tunnels and probably carved its way in.
Yeah.
Through. I think we better move this along as quickly as possible.
I also don't like only being able to see in grays because it's easy for things to hide. So, at the risk of being spotted, I'm going to create some light.
Okay. Did you cast light on yourself somewhere?
Yep.
Okay. Easy enough. Gives you all some way to be able to discern more than just shades of gray and shadows. Excuse me. So as you continue on, temperature getting cooler again. It starts to level out the passageway itself. You guys have been able to notice it's been at a steady decline downward, and it suddenly just levels out. And as you make a turn around to the right, as you're making that turn, Rothon, that same sensation, that uneasy feeling at the pit of your stomach, that this is wrong. Make that turn. And the light starts reflecting inside. You can see this massive 80-foot chamber with the mosaic tile all around. And in the center, this large, what appears to be skeletal remains of a dragon curled in on itself, with the remains being mostly this blue color, but from the center back and beyond, this dark, dark black stone. And on the opposite end, you see this crack that comes up and another passage that continues on.
We're in the place with the carvings and the mosaics.
Yeah, this is the mosaic tile room.
I am gonna start sort of looking over what I see there.
Same.
And keeping... Because I think something probably carved its way through here. Being extra aware of creepy crawlies, small and large.
Sure. Rothan, give me an intelligence roll.
Come on, big boy.
You know what? I'm gonna use that DM inspiration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roll
time.
again.
Good time. Good time.
Oh, it's great. Fantastic.
Oh no. That
Wow.
was just rude.
Wow. The dice say
That
no.
was
So
that was
rude.
for not listening to Misery. All right.
Just a karmic retribution.
Man. Oh man. Mm,
One of the smartest characters
Man.
in here. Anyway.
the dice say no. Ouch. Okay, well, super. Cool dragon remains that's got a bluish crystal front and blackish stone ass. Mosaic tile all the way around, telling an obvious story at this point of Barovia, probably Strahd showing up. Strahd and Argynvost having a party. Strahd and Argynvost fighting Barovia's corruption.
Nice little history lesson.
Um,
So,
But
what is
only Rothan would recognize the blonde. So unless Rothan shares that information or not, nobody knows who that is. And only Devin wouldn't know that the red-caped character would be Strahd unless Wit or Rothan share that information. So
Oh, I would
I
point
bet-
that out.
I
Okay.
met Strahd at the Baba Lasagna fight.
wasn't wearing a cape and
Hmm.
looked completely different than what is represented. What
It's
was
okay, I
represented
pointed
is pre-corruption.
I definitely pointed out. I will say that looks like something related to Barovia's fall.
And
There's definitely Strahd.
the dead dragon here?
Yeah, blonde guy's Lord of the Castle, Argynvost.
Is that who this is?
I have a strong feeling that this skeleton has something to do with him, which is probably why I was getting a terrible feeling, because if someone messes with the skeleton, something bad will probably happen, which I feel like has already happened since it's partially black, which doesn't seem right.
Do I hear them?
Nope.
Can I go look at the part of the skeleton? I'm not touching it. Like there's something like bone deep and with that's like, do not. This is be respectful. Do not touch it. But I just want to look at that blue black interplay. Do I see anything in the blue stone? Do I see anything in the black stone? Anything changing or anything
Give me an
about
investigation
how
roll.
they're interlocking? I'm so good at this. It's like I think I'm still a rogue or something.
Mhm.
Come on, do
I'm
dope
sorry,
rogue
Trey.
stuff.
Do dope rogue stuff.
I
Couldn't
mean,
even dope rogue. Fuck.
Yeah,
you're-
great,
I
beautiful.
couldn't even fit dope rogue when I was a dope rogue. Ugh.
Hey, you doped rogue with the best of them, okay?
Ugh. Nope. I'm just staring at it, trying to puzzle it out.
It's not that you're trying to puzzle it out. You're like, where the fuck is Jinx? Like, I don't give a shit about this or that. This doesn't matter. I don't see Jinx. She's clearly not here. There's an opening over there. Let's keep fucking going.
So you don't-
To be fair, he would be maintaining some sort of anxiety because ground shake was really terrifying. So, like, wondering where that's coming from is in there on top of where is my sister.
so you think that something bad has already happened to the skeleton here?
Based on what it looks like, that's my gut feeling, yeah. Especially since the moment we walked in here, the gut feeling got worse.
Should we try to restore it?
I think doing something might be a bad idea.
I can try something. If you guys want to continue looking for Jinx, it's fine, because it may take a while anyway.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna ask the Lord if he knows anything about this or how to fix it, which usually takes a while for him to respond, if he responds at all.
I just don't like the idea with something like Devin saying something down here. I don't like us being separated.
Stay together.
So do your thing. We'll hang out and wait. Just go fast. And I'm gonna use my staff and tap mage armor because I don't. He's right. This shit feels weird, and I don't.
You're
like
gonna
it.
do what?
I'm gonna use my staff and tap myself with mage armor.
Excellent.
I don't like it down here, and I think shit's gonna go sideways.
As soon as you activate to charge the staff to cast mage armor, the blue side of the dragon lights up extremely brightly, and your magic is consumed. You do not get mage armor applied to you.
Does the black part of the dragon reduce?
Nope. Not that is noticeable to you.
Well, now that's something.
What did you just...
I just cast magic. Let me do something smaller, and I will pull the copper wire out and go to send a message to you using the cantrip. Oh, 66, nice.
Nice.
That's wholesome.
When you go and cast message, the piece of copper wire melts, falls to the ground. As the blue part of the skeleton lights up again really brightly, and your spell is consumed.
So it's either some sort of anti-magic field or it's feeding something.
Well, it's worth a shot at least. Kneel down right in front of it. Argenvoss, can you hear me from here? Just see if you can at least hear me before I ask any questions and waste more time.
Okay. So that's going to take you a few minutes. Are the other two going to do anything, or just kind of stand back and wait for Rothund at this point after trying 2 spells and it going way wonky?
I just sort of walk around the room and investigate anything else that might be out of the ordinary. Look for feathers on the floor.
I mean, this whole place is not ordinary. Within this chamber, there's... I have already explained to you what all you see.
Any remnants of Jinx that pop up is what I'm looking for, but I'm not going to be idle, is what I'm saying.
Got it. Rothund, about 5 minutes, which you know to be longer than normal. No response.
Right? I don't think he can hear me, so we're kind of on our own here.
Maybe we keep moving. If it absorbs magic, I mean, I just don't know. Devin, you don't have any idea what this black stone is as opposed to this blue stone?
Any natural substances or chemical substances that I would have come into that maybe resemble either one of them? How any of the light reflects or anything like that?
Nothing that you've ever seen before.
And this doesn't look like, I mean, player, not my character's never seen Starstone to his recollection, but this looks like half like obsidian, half Starstone skeleton.
Correct.
Okay.
Valgwin would know exactly what this is, but he's not there.
But would
Looking
Rothan's been in the cave with...
Yeah, I have seen it.
But you
Yeah.
never studied any of it. You left
I
it
never
to the
studied
magic
it.
users, so you are unfamiliar enough. And sorry, bud, you rolled a natural 1 and a 6 on your rolls.
That's what
You
that-
got
Yeah.
you got nothing, homie.
Oh no, buddy!
Nothing. I'm
Oh,
sorry,
no,
my guy.
buddy.
Like, that was the time to roll for me to give you some good shit, and it just didn't work out.
Mhm.
So this particular moment, no, none of this, other than the fact that this is an obvious dragon skeleton, doesn't make any sense.
Anything else you would have told Jinx to do if they were lost or separated from you?
And no feathers, Devin, while you guys were waiting for this
Feathers.
5 minutes.
Look,
No-
if,
no
if she
sun.
if she ever got lost, I told her to just sit still and wait for me to come get her.
The dragon itself, it looks curled in on itself, so maybe like it just sort of curled up and died here. Anything out of place in the skeletal structure from that sort of position?
Mm.
Not that you've noticed.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I mean, shall we keep moving? I don't know what to do about this skeleton here, and if something's wrong with it, I don't feel like we should be poking at it all willy-nilly without someone else taking a look. Just a note, this is a significant thing that Godfrey doesn't know about. He doesn't know that he has a dragon's tomb underneath him.
Well, this place has been here for a lot longer than he's been alive or dead. So, kind of makes sense.
So, but if it's been here longer than he's been alive, much less dead, then this probably isn't Argynvost. Because didn't he die when Godfrey was still in service, active, alive service?
As he is saying that to you, Rothund, it kind of comes back to mind the hint that you were given from Argynvost, that the passage leads to the graveyard. You thought it was the one that was on the grounds, but now maybe it's not. Maybe this is, like Wit has said, a burial chamber of dragons.
I don't think this is Argynvost, but it could have been a predecessor of his, which would make sense that they would want to keep it secret and safe from someone like Strahd bringing it back.
I mean, can you imagine if Strahd got a hold of an undead dragon?
Which I'm going to try and make this not insulting. You can keep a secret without selling it to someone, right?
You know, you did a really good, it was a good attempt. You were almost there. Just another little step in terms of like, hey, Wit, this is really important information that needs to not leave this room. Is that understood? And I would have responded back, absolutely, this seems sort of like a life and death situation. However, I was not the one that handed the hand of Vecna to Strahd, so at this point, which one of us is more trustworthy with scary magical objects?
None of us handed him the hand of Vecna. He literally took the whole body, which entailed the hand,
Yeah,
There was no stopping that.
you kind of chose to focus on the halfling that didn't seem to have much use instead of the other one that probably the body, if he got that one, that might have been all right. But maybe the other one is the one that maybe he shouldn't have gotten. Either way, the thing is not the thing right now. This is not couples therapy. Wrong character. I will not. This will not leave this room, Rothan, without your permission. This is your
All
order
right.
secret, and it is not mine to give.
I appreciate that. Now, if there's no sign of Jinx being here, then let's move on. Hopefully, we can figure out what's wrong with this later, because it needs to be fixed.
But before we move, Wit, could you come back with me? I want to take Wit sort of back outside of this room, away from the magic sucking dragon.
Oh, it's small again. I don't like it.
Okay.
And can I do? Where's it at? This one. It doesn't have where I can link it. It's magic tinkering, and I could have an object continuously emit your choice of an odor or a nonverbal sound, waves, wind, chirps. The chosen phenomenon is perceivable up to 10 feet away. Do you think if I took a vial, you could do a message in Raven language cause? And I have this ability to trap a message in an object, and maybe if we set it down, we could tell Jinx that we were here if they come back, and that we're going a certain direction. I'm not sure how much.
That's a great idea. You're right. I probably would rob it if we left it in there. Is there a specific where Raven language I'm forgetting, or is it just common?
Can Were Ravens speak in cause and communicate with each other? If I capture Wit's caw, would Jinx be able to recognize that?
No, you guys don't speak bird.
No, you gotta.
You
gotta
can
leave
imitate
Jinx-
the bird, but you don't have the bird language.
You gotta leave Jinx specific instructions. So if you want me to leave a message for Jinx, I need to be as clear. Do I have a word limit?
25 words of text.
Oh man. Okay.
Got 10 for you.
Oh man.
You're fucked.
Oh man. All right, wait. Let's practice first.
Let's practice first.
No,
Let's-
it hadn't activated.
No,
She
it hadn't
done
activated yet. She hadn't touched it yet.
Oh, wait. 6 seconds long. Whenever tapped by... I don't know why it doesn't have the link button for this. Whenever tapped by a creature, the object emits a recorded message that can be heard up to 10 feet away. You utter the message when you bestow this property on the object. Oh, it has to be
You
tapped.
utter the message.
Yeah, and I have to do it.
She knows who you are.
You are imbuing the 6-second message.
At least there's not a word limit, which means if you speak really fast.
Hang on, I'm getting a timer.
No.
Just tell her to say real. Just tell her.
Are you ready, Devin? Are you ready? Devin, are you ready?
Hold on. I want to communicate with Wit. What do you think I should say?
So I think we should say, just sit still, stay put. We're here for you. We're coming to get you. Because otherwise, we don't want her moving around independently, right?
I'm going to mark the area that I'm putting this thing with a little spot of paint, and then I'm going to kind of speak. You said there's no stones around or anything.
Nope.
What do you have on you, Wit, that I could leave a message attached to? Any sort of mundane object.
I'm sure I could collect all sorts of shit. I mean, there's probably a little bit of bacon left in my pocket.
Hand me the bacon.
Hang on. No, the bacon is not mundane, and how dare you suggest such a thing?
Look, I mean, I would assume that as a raven, he's got all sorts of stuff. So,
sure, you pull out a button.
Yeah,
shiny
here,
button.
There you go. Oh my god. Sorry, I just had my brain just occurred to me. What happened to Echo in the magic sucking chamber? Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Go for it.
Okay. start.
Are you ready?
Tell me
Start
when.
now.
Jinx, we're here looking for you. We went this direction and that entrance. If you find
Done.
us, stay here with us.
Done. Nope.
If you find this,
done. If you done. That's it. We went this direction. If you, that's the message.
If you what?
That's
That
this,
is-
I thought I said if you went this direction over in the
Don't
I don't
tell
even
You're
me
know.
go a direction.
I don't even know.
6 seconds.
Can
I don't even know
can
what
you
it
do
said.
that again? Because I don't think that's a good thing to be leaving her.
I'm gonna take out another thing because I can
Here,
do this up for
I'll
like
get
5
you another.
times.
I'll get you another button. Here you go. I don't
Oh.
need. This
Okay,
thing doesn't
hang
need to
on.
close.
Another fucking message.
Just say we're here for
And
you.
start
Sit down, stay still.
now.
We're here for you. Sit down and stay still right at this button.
Perfect. You got 2
There we go.
buttons.
Take the other brand of button with us so she don't get confused because she's gonna pick up both buttons. She might
I'll
even know
take
they're
the other
mine.
button. I'll take the button and I'll make sure that I put like a little mark with paint right there near the button.
Okay.
If you had paint, we could have just painted her a message on the wall.
It seems like you said, more specific. What if she thinks that this is somebody coming after her? Through the opening.
Yeah, that was a good thought. Thank you, David.
While they were distracted with this message, I
Yep.
definitely had an opportunity to try something.
Sure. How do
I'm
you
going
blow
to-
everybody up today?
Yep, I'm going to, because I know this is important, very delicately and softly touch the dragon skeleton and cast my healing hands on it to see if it fixes any of this.
I was wondering about doing that.
It's 11 points of healing. I have no idea if it'll go through or not, but it's worth a shot.
Okay. So you put your hand on it, and as soon as your hand makes contact, you can feel like a tingling, a tingling sensation up the palm, up your arm to your elbow, up your shoulder before it encompasses your body, and you feel good. You feel unstoppable. You feel like if you cast anything into this, it can be multiplied exponentially. And that scares you. Do you still push your healing through?
No. I'm gonna take my hand off it and just sigh ever so softly because I know that this is not good.
When you remove your hand, there's a depression. You are legitimately sad from that feeling of power being gone. And you realize how addictive that could be. And that scares you equally, if not more. They get done doing their shenanigans. You all start walking to the ass crack end.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Marking the path.
So marking the path, going in through. It starts again at the bottom. It's about 3 feet. So you have to squeeze and crawl a little bit, but after about 10 or so feet, it's back to being that perfect square section. As the also, I should say, and I mainly because I forgot, when you got into the chamber with the skeletal remains, light would have vanished. When you get beyond that chamber again, though, light returns. So as you following this hallway, you can see, I imagine Rothan kind of in the back, so Devin, with your dark vision, beyond what the light spell gives, excuse me, you can see up ahead on the walls these tiny motes of light in the walls ahead of you on either side. And as you get closer to them, you can see that these motes of light are bioluminescent moss.
Oh.
About the size of a pinky nail. Just very sporadically around. And the distance that they're in reminds you of the scratching marks you saw way ago. Less of a claw mark, but maybe where someone had been taking some. Just the pattern, the distance that these things are. They are, with your mind seeing patterns like that, they are very specifically distant apart.
Someone was removing some of this.
Well, now that sounds like Jinxie.
Is there a way to follow the pattern?
I mean, you can keep following you can keep following the lights if you would like. It's still part of this this pathway, but it's maybe pattern wasn't a right word. It's more like every foot, and there's another piece, and it's not like a straight line. Some of them are a diagonal foot, and then might be up a foot, and then over a foot, and like it doesn't form anything that you can tell.
Following the path of where it's missing is kind of what.
So okay, so missing is behind you.
But there's no other that's going forward.
There is more going forward, yes, but maybe I don't understand what you mean by it's missing. So
Okay,
hang on. Hang on. Let me do this. There's like one here, and then maybe there's one a foot this direction, and maybe there's one a foot this direction, and then from here, there's another one that's here a foot.
So you're telling me that it looks like somebody had picked at this, though?
Not here, no. At the very beginning, when you guys first came into the cube section, after you broke through the wall, there were scratchings that you thought were claw marks. But the distance of those claw marks is more like distance of what these things are growing. That is why you think perhaps maybe this stuff was at the beginning as well, and someone scratched it off.
I understand now. Okay.
Sorry.
I understand. Okay. The way that this froze looks like it should have been at the beginning where we found those marks on the wall. So I will try to keep my eyes open from other areas where it looks like it's potentially missing.
Okay.
As we go further and explore.
Okay.
Trying to follow the breadcrumbs.
Sure. As you there's only one path. As you continue going, you kind of the patches change size from pinky nail to thumbnail, so they get bigger, but they're still equidistant, about a foot apart from each other. Excuse me. And you're still going down, and then it gets cold. No longer cool, legitimately cold. And as you make a turn and go to the right, again, still following the same one path, still the strange cube-like structure, With dark vision, you can see what looks like this black gate that is down ahead of you. As you all get closer with the light, you can tell that that blackness is a black stone. Very familiar to Dragonass back yonder. And as you get closer, you can see that just beyond that black stone, one raven feather. And in that section where that raven feather is, you see 4 other passageways with equal, not equal, but also these black stone gates that are blocking the passage. And as you're looking at this, what you kind of picture is almost as though those openings, those other 4 openings, to include the one you're in, is a star pattern, with this room being some kind of center. And that's where we will end tonight's episode of Curse of Strahd.
This is the worst.
And it's all Jinx's fault. I mean,
I didn't mean to wander off. I mean, I kind of did, but like not really.
I don't care how old you are. You are getting a spanking when I find you. Oh.